Hotep family. This is a Moon to Hoodie Show Yahshua. Raw Authentic Media. We back in effect. Yo, right now we about to have the world's greatest mathematician to ever breathe on the face of this planet Earth come join us. You know, and this magnificent brother, you know what I'm saying, name is Dr. Gabriel Oyibo. He from the beautiful intellectual continent of Africa, particularly Nigeria. A very dynamic individual in the scientific community as far as astrophysics is concerned and aerodynamics. You know, the brother make a lot of contributions, you know, in that field as well. You know, very, very talented brother, you know, got a PhD in mathematics and aerodynamics. When NASA need assistance, they call on our big brother, Dr. Gabriel Oyibo. And the beautiful thing is that Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, you know what I'm saying, has this loyalty, you know what I'm saying, to his people. You know what I mean? So it's very, very, very good, you know what I'm saying, for us, you know, to have this brother, one of the wisest scientists and mathematicians in the world, to have this loyalty towards his people to the point where he is able and willing, you know what I'm saying, to come join the platform, you know, and educate us, you know, give us his knowledge, give us his wisdom, bring opportunities for us to better ourselves. This brother got the mathematical keys, you know what I'm saying, of the universe. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, you know, equation and his theorem. Okay? Dr. Gabriel Oyibo is a Nigerian mathematician who solved the grand unification theory, and that was by Albert Einstein, properly known as the theory of everything, or the holy grail of mathematics and physics. In 1990, by discovering the God Almighty Grand Unified Theorem, GAGA, which is represented by an absolutely exact mathematical equation, capital G, lowercase I, lowercase j, lowercase j equals 0, that can be erupted as God, G-I-G, and God material, I, and space and time in division does not change, where the comma symbolize change and tensor notation. G-I-J can also represent everything in the universe, including the unified force field and all of its components and particles, both atomic as well as subatomic, including all quarks and leptons and all of their interactions. Okay, so Albert Einstein theory was a theory until Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, you know, had came and shattered it. You know what I mean? He just came and shattered it, you know, and superseded it. And when he superseded, you know what I'm saying, this theory of Albert Einstein, it became a theorem. Now, the difference between the theory and the theorem, that the theory is considered true until it's disproven otherwise. But a theorem, on the other hand, you know, is something that cannot be disproven, that have not been disproven. That's an actual fact. Now, we know that MC equal, it's EM equal C squared, if I'm correct. It's Albert Einstein equation. But Dr. Gabriel Oyibo equation that superseded his equation, Dr. Gabriel Oyibo equation is capital G-I-J-J equals 0. And he's a member of the Geiger Institute. They're located in New York. And these brothers is making discoveries, man, from left to right. You know, let me just share a little bit more information on one of the magnificent mathematical problems that they had tackled. Okay? Gaga has revealed to Professor G. Oyibo the solution to a 153-year-old rhythm called the Riemann hypothesis, a clay math millennium problem. God Almighty grant unified theorem, which is Gaga, G-I-J-J equals 0, is an infallible revelation by God through Professor G. Oyibo of the sacred understanding of all of the provable and proven truth and theorems of the universe. As expected, has revealed the solution to a 150-year-old rhythm called the Riemann hypothesis to Professor G. Oyibo. Professor David Hilbert, considered the last of the great mathematicians, first listed the Riemann hypothesis as one of the significant unsolved mathematical problems over 80 years, and it has resisted solution in spite of the attempts by legendary mathematicians to solve it. During the year 2000, the Clay Mathematics Institute of Harvard University listed the Riemann hypothesis as one of the 7 toughest mathematics problems called the Millennium Problem and offered $1 million for the solution to the Riemann hypothesis. Professor Bernard Riemann, who formulated the Riemann hypothesis, legendary mathematician and a doctorate student of a great mathematician, of the greatest mathematician of all time, called Professor Carl Friedrich Geist, were both together with Professor David Hilbert, associate with the Göttingen University in Germany. Göttingen University celebrated Geist's 150th anniversary in 2005 by selecting 52 of the greatest works in mathematics and computer science and include a book of Gaga, which they recommend. They recommend Dr. Oyibo's book, Gaga, which they recommend to be studied the whole world in honor of Professor Geist. That listing is the Göttingen and can be seen in the following lead. Okay? I'm on Bertha call. You should. All right, Brother John Glover, you on the call. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do right now is call the representative, put him online with us, the representative, Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, named John Glover. I believe he brothers in Nigeria, as we speak. So, it's my obligation, to call these brothers in, to the show. All right. So just
Hello?
John Glover, how you doing, sir?
Praise God. It's good that we're all on the phone here.
Yes, sir. It was recorded live. It gave an introduction, so I'm just yield the floor to you, so you can go ahead and get started with the presentation.
All right. The audience is ready.
Oh, yes, they ready, sir.
Okay. It's important that the audience understands the God order. That is what we bring to them in their attention tonight. The God order states that God has ordained a black man, Professor G. Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity. Eta sub n is the formula that exactly represents intelligence. N is the level of intelligence, which God designed for Professor G. Oyibo, that n to be infinity, hence eta sub infinity. Since black people, like you, me, and everyone else that's listening to the program, sharing the same genes as Professor G. Oyibo, God has now reordained the black race to be not just the most intelligent race, but the richest race and most undefeatable race. God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, nicknamed Gaga, is a revelation from God which infallibly proved that all theorems, also called everything that exists, past, present, and future, originates out of one invariant, Gi. with orthogonal components, Gij, and with a divergence of Gij, comma j equals 0. Divergence is also known as change. In mathematics, you can use any quantity to define, or any term to define a quantity. Just because Goggett defines Gi to be God doesn't automatically mean that that proves that it is God. For example, one can say milk originates out of the store. If the store is the ultimate origin point of the milk, you can then replace the term originates out of with its equivalent created by. However, as everyone knows, before the store, the milk originates out of the cows. In that case, you cannot use the term originates out of, and you cannot replace the term originates out of with created by for the store. But in the case of Goggett, Goggett has infallibly proven that Gi is the ultimate origin of all theorems, also called everything that exists. So the phrase originates out of can be replaced with created by, which proves that Gi, defined here, represents God, since God can be determined as the creator of everything. Now that God has been infallibly defined as Gij, God's existence is infallibly proven if Goggett can prove that something or anything exists. And that is quite easily done by just showing that a human being like you or myself exists. Existence of a human being is a proof of the existence of God, because the Gij that has infallibly proven to be the ultimate origin of everything. And since human beings exist, you can touch yourself, you can look at yourself in the mirror, you prove your existence. It infallibly proves the existence of Gij, which has infallibly proven before to be the definition of God. Therefore, the existence of human beings infallibly proves the existence of God. Morphisms, which can be isomorphisms or polymorphisms, also formally known as equations. These morphisms map realities onto a mathematical space, like the brains using our eyes and other senses do, and which is what we use to understand the data around us. These morphisms measure intelligence. Since Gij, which infallibly defines God, has the totality of all equations, Gij, and hence God, constitutes the totality of all intelligence. The Goggett solution, eta sub n, which all come out of Gij, or God, fundamentally represents all isomorphisms and all polymorphisms, and therefore contains all intelligence, and hence infallibly proved that God not only contains all intelligence, but God is all of intelligence. God amazingly planted all eta sub n, and hence all of intelligence, inside the brains of Professor Gabriel Oyibo, and blessed him with the ultimate or totality of all intelligence with which to understand God or anything. This is how God ordained Professor Oyibo with the totality of all intelligence, or the ultimate intelligence, which can be modestly stated as God has ordained Professor Oyibo the greatest genius and the most intelligent human being ever created. Since the black race share the same genes as Professor Oyibo, God has reordained the black people by extension the most intelligent race, and this has been confirmed by Göttingen University and Yale University's research studies. These studies confirmed how Goggett has infallibly proved the holy existence of the nature of God and unifies all subjects, religion and science unified, and specifies how mathematics and all mathematics, as a combined of all proven truths, originates out of Goggett. The Göttingen University study, which is important for the audience to understand, Göttingen University is, or prior to Goggett, considered in the European society the headquarters of intelligence, based in Germany. In 2005, about 10 years ago, they called on the world to celebrate the greatest mathematician prior to Professor Oyibo and Gaga, who in the European Society was Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. In that celebration, they selected the greatest works to honor all Gauss by each week of the year, which is 52 weeks. They ranked Gaga's work at number 1, and the greatest mathematics work, by placing Gaga at the center of the celebration at week 26. To understand that placing at Gaga at number 1, you must understand the runners-up. On that list at week 19, you will see the name Sir Professor Michael Atiyah. Sir Professor Michael Atiyah and 41 other Nobel Prize Award equivalents are listed at that week 19, which is they are field medalists. That work was ranked by Gottingen to be inferior to Gaga at week 19. At week 23, you'll see the name Professor Fomenko. Professor Fomenko was the head of the mathematics department and hence a successor to Professor Euler, who was also a head of the mathematics department before Fomenko in the Russian academy system known as Leningrad or Leningrad Moscow State University system. Despite Fomenko being a successor to Euler, who is considered to be one of the 3 greatest mathematicians in European society, Gottingen ranked his work inferior to Gaga, placing it at 23 instead of week 26. Professor David Hilbert, despite being a successor to Professor Gauss at Göttingen University, and was considered to be the last of the great mathematicians, and also oversaw and supervised 69 PhDs in mathematics from Göttingen, Gottingen ranked his work inferior to Gaga, placing it at week 24 instead of week 26. Gaga was placed at week 26, the center, because every theorem or solution to every problem has a GIJ. It means that Gaga represents every mathematic or every solution to all mathematic problems because mathematics has been decoded by Gaga as a study of theorems. Since Gaga contains all theorems, hence the title, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, Gaga has decoded that it contains all mathematics. That is the basis of why the Germans, and confirming that by recognizing Gaga as the greatest mathematics work of all time, and hence the discoverer, Professor Oyibo, has now in fact replaced Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss as the greatest mathematician of all time. Gaga has also not only proved it's mathematically that the black discoverer, Professor Oyibo, to be the most intelligent human being ever created, it has also proven that his race is the most intelligent race. This conclusion was agreed with and verified independently by a study from Yale University here in America, which showed the black race to be the most intelligent race with 28 intelligence DNA strands, compared to non-blacks, whites, Asians, Jews, and so forth, with only 19 intelligence DNA strands. This simplifies roughly to a ratio of 9 strands for the blacks to 6 strands for the non-blacks. And Gaga has already prior defined the term polymorphism as a measure of intelligence. So within the Yale study, it's important to understand that polymorphisms means intelligence. 28 polymorphisms in the study basically means 28 intelligence DNA strands, and 19 polymorphisms means 19 intelligence DNA strands. That means that Africans or black people are the most intelligent race with 28 intelligence DNA strands, as compared to other races with only 19 intelligence DNA strands. It is also important for the audience to understand, in line 4 of the abstract of the Yale study that I just mentioned, a term will be seen there which is European bias. European bias is another term for Jim Crow, which I believe the audience is familiar with that term. Yale University realized they had to remove Jim Crow from their research in order to obtain any correct results. In effect, they have warned humanity in terms of eliminating Jim Crow from anything that they're doing right now to get anything meaningful or any truthful results. This is the same call we're making upon the black leaders and elected leaders and religious leaders as well for the constituents of the various black places across the country where black people are, because right now, black people are being, in terms of removing Jim Crow from the education systems, so that black people can live their lives as they were created by God as the most intelligent race. It's mathematical, it's scientific, and it's official. After 2,500 years of fraud regarding the reality of the intelligence of the black race, that Goggett has now forced the world to see Professor Gioibo as being blessed by God with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity. And because black people share the genes with Professor Gioibo, that has now reordained the black race, not just the most intelligent race, but the richest race and the most undefeatable race. And all these factors destroy Jim Crow forever. So right now, as we talk, we understand that the black members or the constituents in the audience need the help of the black religious leaders and elected officials to help them in dealing with Jim Crowism, which is currently preventing them from studying the Goggett discovery. Specifically, the audience members need the help of the elected officials as well as the religious leaders to help them legislate Jim Crow out of the black schools. And while we're waiting for the religious leaders to work with the elected officials to register Jim Crow out of the education systems, for the members of the audience who've understood what I've said so far and agree and understand what I've said, they can go onto our website at goggetofapit.org right now with a credit card. There's a special discounted price for the audience members for tonight's broadcast, which is a full registration for the Goggett Life-Saving Briefing, which will incorporate them incorporating with the briefing. They'll be getting 2 Goggett books. One of those Goggett books is currently being sold on Amazon at the price of $1,626 in U.S. dollars. The 2 books with the briefing, the cost of that package is roughly of a value, and the book is currently the most expensive mathematics books in history. It is the most expensive mathematics book. This package deal is offered at a value, which is normally at a value of $2,500 U.S. dollars. That is being offered to the audience tonight at $750 U.S. dollars. Evidence of Jim Crow, however, was revealed when a New York City councilman, Councilman Al Van, organized a presentation directly to a president of a black university on a new discovery called Goggett, Gij, that represents the totality of all knowledge through a black man over 10 years ago. It was agreed after this meeting, black colleges need to study the Goggett discovery. However, it is over 10 years later, and the black colleges, or the historical black colleges, are still not studying Goggett. However, the white schools are studying it. This is consistent with and constitutes Jim Crowism. The discovery proved mathematically the black discoverer of Goggett, Professor Gioibo, to be the most intelligent human being, and hence his race the most intelligent race. The study from Yale University confirmed the black race to be the most intelligent race, with 28 intelligence DNA strands compared to non-blacks with 19 intelligence DNA strands. This simplifies to a ratio roughly of 9 strands for the blacks to 6 strands for the non-blacks. What this means is that without Jim Crow, black universities should be better than non-black universities, with a ratio of 9 to 6. Unfortunately, under Jim Crow, black schools are considered inferior to the non-black schools, and this is why the audience members need the help of their elected officials and black religious leaders in terms of getting Jim Crow out to the schools. And as I said before, while we're waiting for the religious leaders and to elected officials to legislate these Jim Crow out of the education systems, for the people who understand what I've said so far, they can go onto our website by either typing in goggetofapit.org or going onto Google and typing in Goggett, G as in God, A as in Apple, G as in God, U as in USA, T as in Thomas, a space or gap, donation, space, page. The first result will bring them to the Goggett donation page, and they can click on the donation page, the general and the donation and scholarship link. That'll bring them to the PayPal link, which will allow them to register. And as I said before, anyone who understands what I've just said so far and can do what I just said in terms of going onto our Gaga donation page or on our gaga.fapit.org website, there's a special discount package price for those audience members who have a credit card and the listeners to tonight's broadcast. That special package is a full registration for the Gaga Life-Saving Briefing. Within that briefing, you'll be getting 2 Gaga books. One of the Gaga books is currently being on Amazon, is advertised at the price of $1,626.40, which makes it the most expensive mathematics book in history. We are offering that package, which has a value of $2,500 US dollars, or $2,500 US dollars. It is going to be offered to tonight's audience at $750. The number for those people to call is 631-242-3069 or 631-327-0955. So if everyone understands what is going on with this, I'm ready to bring Professor Oyibo on. Is everyone ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
1 second, sir. I will connect you over to Professor Oyibo. Please hold.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, my favorite mathematician?
How are you today?
Everything is fine, Doctor. Everything is fine, sir.
That's wonderful. God is the greatest.
Yeah. Well, we see the power of God through you and your works, brother.
Yes. So, if you have any comment before I go on, or because you know how it is, time is very dilated in a gargotical environment.
Right. And let me just warn the audience out there: if you guys got any question or comment to ask Dr. Gabriel Oyibo, you might as well do it now, because when this brother gets started, man, it's hard to calm him down. I'm telling you, it's like putting out a fire. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, me myself, I have a question. If somebody wants to get involved with the Geiget Institute, you know, how can they go? How can they go about that?
They're going to call 631-242-3069 and indicate precisely what what is of interest, what will be of interest to them in terms of getting involved. We have a lot of openings. We are called Industrial Park, which is where universities meet industries, and then what happens is that's how you create a nation. A nation is defined in the gargotical language as an institution where universities are married, or other educational systems are married to industries. And what happens is, out of that marriage are created the citizens. The citizens become the children of that, marriage. Unlike a regular human arrangement, the marriage then nourishes and provides all the needs of those children. So that's what Africa invented. And, and of course, Timbuktu, from Kemet onto Timbuktu, and even way before that, and eventually it was brought in here by George Washington, Booker T. Washington, and Tuskegee. That was, and there were a few other dynamics way before him, but the most recent one would be, basically like that. So they call in, there are a lot of openings. Everybody with every background is welcome to call in and give us their specialty and credentials, and we will find them a job. As a matter of fact, what God has done really is to get you back on track again as a people. What Brother Gabriel was trying to say to you is the God order. That's the God order. Only God can order something. God is the creator. And God's existence has now been infallibly proven with the G-I-J. That's what represents God, which represents the entire universe. And the universe and God are one and same. And that has been proven mathematically. Now, so what God has, in other words, God is the actual universe. So it's not a question of, well, who is in charge? Do you understand?
Yes,
so, yes, so then the God order ranks every creature or class of creatures according to that God order, with God being on top. And in fact, what was done in Göttingen is extremely important. Göttingen, and that's a lot of credit to the Germans, they recognize Gaga. Everybody has been waiting for Gaga. And once they saw it, they have been pursuing that for the longest time. They knew that that is exactly the God order in terms of the race. They were hoping to be the chosen race. In other words, with God on top, everybody falls in line below God. Now, the picture given by Göttingen is God is on top, and everybody else, every other mathematics legends, and they come below. God is in a class by itself, which is a symbolic picture of the God order, with God being right on top. And of course, God is so way on top that it's a matter of just trying to give a sense of how the geometry looks like. To say, okay, the black race come second. This has to be digested. So therefore, black race represents, by virtue of God ordaining me with ultimate intelligence, ethos of infinity. There's no question with regard to that. Now, because he said the formula is right clear. Nobody except people who really have no sense of mathematics. It's not a debatable issue. Now, God saw all that in my brains, and because you all share, the black people share my genes, automatically the black race was and has been and forever declared the chosen race. So this is now time for you to get into that reality. It's a reality that only God ordered. So now what happens? So those groups of creatures, and we're not talking about just human beings, this has to be understood. We're not just talking about human beings, we're talking about the entire universe. The reason is there is no other set of creatures that can have intelligence that's more than mine. Because I have ethos of infinity. Whatever the definition of infinity. And when you begin to see how the geometry unfolds, of course you'll be speechless. Now, so therefore, that automatically says, well, first of all, humanity needs to celebrate, because the black race representing humanity has been elevated to the most privileged group of, made humanity the most privileged group of all creatures. That calls for everybody celebrating it. But of course, human beings with our limitations have problems with that. Human beings are interested in trying to prevail, whether they have the credentials to prevail or not. So they use things like guns and bombs and then basically tell the person they're trying to force to do their will and bidding, they have to do things their way. Kind of like a tiger. When you are face to face with a tiger in the jungle, the tiger wants you to do things its way. So then, what happens is eventually he's going to overpower you because he can run faster. The fangs and everything else cannot leave any bones uncrushed. Therefore, it prevails. But that prevailing is on a level that is not godly. Because the only thing a tiger can do with you as a human being is to eat you up, destroy you. That's all a tiger can do. A tiger cannot take you prisoner or try to make your life better or keep you for any length of time. So the tiger can't be a symbol of God in the universe. So, and that's what happens when you like to prevail by force. Now, on the other hand, when a tiger visits you in your house, all you need to do is to go into your house and lock the doors. And the tiger is neutralized totally. Not to mention that rather than use your own fangs, you could actually inject into a tiger. A little shot can go inside the tiger and demobilize it totally. That comes from the brains. And so it is that by God ordaining me and the black race with the totality of intelligence, you can consider all the bombs that are in human hands right now to be toys when you try to imagine what an Afro-Trojan bomb looks like. Afro-Trojan bomb, the beginning of it has been verified already in Russia. When Russia took the experiment that God got proved as a theorem on the internet, on the YouTube, which is, God says, if you put calcium together with praseodymium, you will get gold. That's on the internet. You probably have seen that already. Now, that's a theorem. That's not a guesswork. Of course, Russia did that experiment and did a variation of that same experiment, which is, after checking the gold out, what was done by Russia, and they even got help from America, but it was done in Russia in Dibna. They then, in their variation of that experiment, they replaced the praseodymium with berkelium, which was provided by the United States. And after they did that, they got what God got proved to be theoretical, in a theorem, to be the so-called element, the super heavy element 117, which we call here gargottium, which they couldn't do before Gargot. That is the beginning phase of what is known as the Armageddon creator, the Afro-Trojan bomb. So when you as a black person think you are powerless, when people take on Sandra Bland and destroy her, they have absolutely no idea what they're messing with. But Germans understand. And Russians understand, at least they are elite. Now, but as great as that is, it's aside. The real power is the one that is your brains, is your intelligence. That's the real power. The bomb comes out of that. And if you have the most intelligence, since the bomb comes out of the intelligence, you obviously have the ultimate bomb. But in terms of the ranking, when we compare with God, which is not really in a comparison, God does not use bombs, however. That is the example the black people have followed since before the creation, or since we came into this world. So leadership is not obtained through a bombing of people, or going to Africa and hire people and give them guns to go after other Africans and talk about, and then misrepresent them in a fraudulent way and call it a so-called tribal war. Africans have no time for wars. Who is in charge is determined purely on intelligence, which is why our leadership was called a civilization. Our leadership, global leadership, is called civilization, as in the use of intelligence. Now, when the non-blacks come on to the stage and they use any number of dynamics to elect a president or leadership, which does not recognize the God order, that means failure. That means a slowing down of the civilization that our ancestors developed. Okay, literally millions of years ago. Where there is only a focus on forcing people to see things your way at the expense of intelligence. First of all, that is anti the God order, because when you do that, for example, you do not allow the black leadership of the globe. In other words, being a chosen race means the black people are the only ones entitled to rule any country in this world. So if you suppress that, you are suppressing humanity. You go put a black kid in a special ed and try to force him to act as if he belongs there. You are suppressing the system. So just like you can't put a tiger in charge of the world, because in a hierarchy of intelligence, the black race, well, the guy got decided the race to be the ultimate. However, Yale confirmed that by ranking the black race intelligence as 8 as of 28, as opposed to the non-blacks with 8 as of 19. And the animal, the chimpanzees and other, those one rank at about 15, 8 as of 15. And those who, like the tiger, they're even lower than 15. And the dogs and all that, those are lower than 8 as of 15. So to say that non-blacks should be ruling the world is to jump. You've jumped. In other words, then your goal is to go and overpower God. That's number one impossibility. Number two impossibility is to say, well, very soon the tiger can rule the world with a lower than 15 IQ. And since that is not happening, and since human beings don't say master to the dogs, the dog is owned by master. It's not the other way around. Therefore, in that geometry, black can say master to anybody else, any other race. It's an impossibility. Because if black people say master to non-blacks, it means God will have to say master to non-blacks. Because God is way higher than the black people. But, in the scheme of things, the black people are next to God. This is geometry. This is absolute truth. This is not a debate. This is not a guesswork. It is not a feel-good sermon either. You doubt it, go and see G.I.J. G.I.J. explains God perfectly. God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand. Therefore, this is your call to global leadership, a final one. From now on, there cannot be any new knowledge anymore. This is the totality of knowledge. It's not like, we're waiting for another scientist to come and, no. Everything that such a scientist would do is already in the G.I.J. Everything. I didn't say a couple of them. Now, that is the God order that washes away everything about the so-called New World Order. The old world order is dead. That's what people were trying to prove. But God's order is, and it's consistent with God being the ultimate order, which is now we call God order, called Gagat. So, this is your call to global leadership. You want to get involved, all you need is a call, and as I'm talking to you right now, if you want to see what you could do, just go on the Gargot website, or our website, gargotofapi.org, or put in Gargot, G-A-G-U-T, on your Google's browser, and the first result will be our website. You click on that, and on top of the pages, you will see something that says, please give donations. And the reason we use the word donation is because Gargot is too expensive for us to actually sell it at a proper price. That's why the price that people are selling the used Gargot books are in the neighborhood of the thousands. We've seen a price that is $1,625 for a used Gargot copy. A used Gargot, that's how, and you could verify that yourself. Because it has a totality of knowledge, a totality of intelligence. So you waking up from Jim Crow makes it extremely difficult for you to understand what I'm talking right now. But since your condition is forced by Jim Crow, which is, artificial, into a state of developing what is called AIDS. Not quite the one you know. AIDS, that's AIDS, is called Acquired Intelligence Deficiency syndrome, acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. But you see, God that created you knew, God knew what He created you to do can never be changed by any other creature. That's one of the reasons God revealed God. So all through the Jim Crow, you the master. As a matter of fact, the word master is two words. The first one being the two components, that's ma, which is intelligence, and star. Okay? German, they will say Meister, something like that. Ma, star. The ma means intelligence, and star, of course, means star. The king of intelligence. When you clearly confirm God's theorem, which says you are the king of intelligence, you are the king of the star of intelligence, and you go ahead and you're calling somebody that's way below you by 9 points, master, you know you're just acting. That's not real. That's a Hollywood. And they have to look dumb so that you could say, master. That's all acting. And it's, even though it has a lot of impact when it stays in your system for a long time, but God created your system. It was you and everybody else are God's order, and God's order ranks God's creatures. And you are ranked by the value of intelligence. Another point is that human beings, through their guesswork in terms of metaphysics and all kinds of things, have come to a conclusion, even before God, that human beings are on the highest level of God's creature or creation. Okay? Well, the ultimate. But in making that kind of conclusion, it was not proven as a theorem. It was a guesswork, a theory. But now it is a theorem that calls for celebration for everyone. But you can't allow crab in a barrel to bog you down. That's what has been happening for the last 2,500 years for humanity. When people think gun is the only way to see, you can't even see God doesn't use gun. So then gun is, hey, let's force the thing out. Gee, we conquered this place. No, the only way you can conquer any place is your brains. Because you came out of brains of God. So, if you go on our website, you click, please donate. And you go to the donation page, the Gaga donation page. You'll be welcomed by a formula. A formula on the page will welcome you, which poses a question that, as far as we know, only this university here, this industrial park of fabric and technology, has the answer to, which is a number is given over there. That number, for you to write it down, you're going to need literally more than the planet Earth to write every number down in the number. Every digit down in the number. It's going to take actually the solar system for you to write. Therefore, there's no book that's available for you to write that number. I'd like your listeners to go in there right now. Go on the Gaga donation page, and then you see this formula. And part of our PhD qualifying exam here, for anyone to actually get into the program, they'll have to be able to answer the question in regards to that number, which is that number a prime number or not? The only reason we have an answer is the God order that says all theorem and all equations originate from one invariant, Gi, with orthogonal component, Gij, and the divergence. Of course, that Gij we call God. We've proven that to be God. And the divergence of Gij, comma J equals to 0. And out of that, we have the solution eta sub n, which is the totality of knowledge. That has been pushed in my brains. So that says the solution to the Riemann hypothesis has a Gij already discovered in Gaga. And with that solution, we understand everything about number theorem. It is from there we can answer the question if that big number is so big. Nobody, in other words, if you can't even write the number down, you know you cannot use any computer. Okay? You get an overflow even if your computer is as big as the sun. So that's an impossibility. There is nobody in Harvard, MIT, Cornell, Stanford, or in Moscow State, or Cambridge, that can answer that question with a proof, because they will not even be able to understand that number. But over here is part of our qualifying exam. In other words, that's another way of saying that no professor in Harvard can pass our qualifying exam here, even though they're already supposed to be well-known mathematicians and have gotten a PhD already. That's how we compare with the rest of the world. That's essence of what I'm doing. I mean, if you doubt it, just go on our website and try to give an answer to that problem. The number is so big, you have to understand Gaga, which is why Göttingen placed it way above everybody else. That's and of course, by the way, Riemann comes from Göttingen University. So you can see Göttingen already knows the Riemann hypothesis is in Gaga. There is no of the so-called seven toughest math problem. They all have a GIG in Gaga. So any of you come into Office and Technology will have an opportunity to actually begin studying. In the briefing, we're going to be presenting those who come into the briefing, more like a summit, because now that you've been reordered by God as the most intelligent, you have been ordered to share that intelligence with the rest of the world. So you've been ordered to come into the Gagot life-saving briefing, where you use mathematics to understand, medicine, and heal. You see as a GI an exact solution to your health problem. That wasn't even imagine the Star Trek. That is right here in Office of Technology. That's what you've been ordered to return to. The pyramid was the most sophisticated human activity before Gaga. But this now takes the pyramid out of sight. That's what we're talking about. The pyramid formula is eta sub, essentially, fundamentally, is eta sub 1. But we have eta sub infinity. Understanding how to build a pyramid is eta sub 1. That is one piece of the infinite number of etas that's available. That's what you now be ordered to get back into. And for the rest of the world, the non-blacks, to understand if they are interested in living a better life, in living a best life, they have to allow you to be yourself by providing the leadership which you provided to the whole world. before 2,500 years ago. So when you are in the acting mode, you're trying to kind of look differently from what you were created to be. That's a problem. It's not only a problem for you, but a problem for the entire world. So the quickest proof of whether you understand God is to look at the number on that site, on that donation page. If you could even write it down, we will give you some awards here. The number is so big, nobody can write it down. And if you can't write it down, you need the whole solar system in terms of space to write it down. Therefore, you have no chance in terms to, try to see or visualize the factors of the number. You have no facility to find it, because part of finding the prime number is to determine if it has a factor. And that thing has such a big application in terms of the computer security systems, including the one in the defense silos across the entire world, are governed by a code designed using the prime numbers, which is, among other things, one of the things that made Riemann hypothesis such a critical problem. But with God, that has been resolved. So you're going to come in and witness that solution in the briefing that happens every month. So every one of you, and you in the process begin to overcome the acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. There's a good and a not so good part of that experience. God has a dynamics, part of the God order, that puts you before you get into heaven, puts you through a challenge. I'm talking about heaven. Most people go to their religious synagogues and they talk about heaven. And they say, well, if your faith is strong and all that, you're going to go to heaven. And to see a confusion in those dynamics, all you need is ask any of the religious people, what is their understanding of heaven? What does heaven mean? And they will have difficulty telling you, what exactly heaven is. So then, but the Gagot clue comes in as follows. Number one, everybody will understand that the chief resident of heaven has to be God. So, now, in our human experience, if you're going into a house and you intend to stay in that house and live with the people, the one thing that you must have to do is to be able to speak the language of the people that lives in the house. You have to speak the language. Otherwise, you won't be able to communicate with them. So then, you ask yourself in that case, since God is the chief resident of heaven, well, what language does God speak? The language God speaks is G-I-J. That's God's language. G-I-J is all the totality of reality. God said, let there be light. That's an order from God. The reality of light showed up. It's reality. And that reality is characterized by eta sub zero in terms of the solution of Gaga. And so it is with everything else. That is the language of God. So, you say, well, I have a great faith. I'm bragging about my faith. Well, faith can be like you depending on somebody when you talk about faith. You're putting a trust in somebody to tell you the truth. That's the dynamics of faith. Now, God has no need for faith. God is reality. And that's all G-I-J. So in other words, you really like to be in heaven, you must speak Gagat. Gagat is the only way to reach heaven. Otherwise, you won't be able to communicate with God. So say, well, my preacher is such a nice guy. Well, you know, he has a very respectable guy and so on, or lady, and therefore, I'm going to believe what he says or she says. That does not guarantee you going to heaven. They're limited by what, their understanding. What is their understanding of reality? The great books have a lot of inspiration, inspired write-ups, and so on and so forth. But there's no human being that can even, for 1 second, prove there cannot be a typo in typing those books. And all this, it needs for somebody to be confused or misled is a typographical dynamics. And then the dynamics of human going from memory to writing, there's a lot of room for, or even interpreting a phrase that comes from a prophet by the best preacher can be different from one preacher to another. So if you're depending on your faith in terms of going to heaven, you're dead wrong. God is the only way that you could go to heaven because that's God's language. You have to not only speak the God's language, you have to live the God language because that's how God lives. God lives, as God. God doesn't bomb anyone. There's no reason to. Therefore, you glorify the Almighty God. What I'm trying to do right now is glorifying the Almighty God by speaking the God's language. It's only one God's language, G-I-J, as in 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. That's God's language because that's reality. That's reality. That's the kind of language that exists in heaven. And because God has given me every G-I-J, and all that I can talk about is G-I-J, I'm already experiencing heaven right here. In other words, in the Gagat world is heaven. That's what's on our website. It says, in the Gagat age of intelligence is life and heaven, while ignorance is death and hell. But because ignorance keeps you away from God. And since faith can only be partial, you can only prove a part of your faith, and you leave the rest to whatever, trust you have, the faith does not guarantee you a place in heaven whatsoever, unless you want to delude yourself. So whatever the prophets have provided, the minimum you need to do is now verify them with a G-I-J. They represent a G-I-J. Go to Gaga. That's what you come into the briefing to do. You need to come into the briefing. And you call. And you come also and participate in the Gargot shares. The Gargot shares now says, look, you as a race and the rest of humanity now has been proven to be the highest of God's creation. But especially that black people now cannot shy away from that reality as being the source by which God made that God order, the final order. So you have to break the shackles of the acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome pushed on you by Jim Crow and wake up to now reality. That reality is you have to provide leadership. There's a GIJ for the best possible plane that will not crash. Is there in the Gaga, GIJ. There's one GIJ that makes it possible for you to get your coffee just from the air. You can see element of that already because the calcium plus presidimium giving you gold, which has been verified already, that's the biggest thing that has happened with Gargot so far, is the black magic that our ancestors were involved with 2,500 years, more than 2,500 years ago. That has now been verified. It comes out of Gargot. So therefore, getting a tea from air is not that far-fetched. If you could get gold from calcium and presidimium, hey, do you understand? Air has, you can make air and make calcium out of air, and certainly presidimium. So you could get, your gold from air. And if you could get gold from air, you could get tea and all the food that you ate from air. It's already spelled out. You just need to try the experiment. Now, talking about black power, many of you are not really, you don't even know how much power you have. You have absolutely no idea because you've been acting mode. You have so much power that you are the center of every economic system in the entire world. Not only because you have the highest brains, the pyramid is a typical example of the expression of your brains, but you have provided that brains for free for the last 2,500 years. And so the non-blacks will fool themselves by saying, well, you are slaves. First of all, you must never use that slave when it comes to black people ever again. Not only it makes you look ridiculous when you say black people can be slaves. Can't be slaves, like saying tiger can enslave human beings. Or the dog can be master and human beings are slaves. That is ridiculous. There's no, in other words, then all you're going to say, well, someday we're going to enslave God. We're on our way to enslaving God because that's the only way you could say you're enslaving black people. You are prisoners of war that was declared on you by Jim Crow. But Jim Crow now is beginning to understand you can't, well, they've been learning you cannot enslave black people. But on the contrary, they are your slaves. That's the only way it can be, just like, the dogs are pets and, they're not master. You're the master for the dogs. Therefore, the only role you can have within the human setting, and now through God, all the other creatures, is to be master. The master, maestro, the king of intelligence. So, what has been happening since most of our people arrived here? First of all, we're here in America way before everybody else. The old Mac will verify that for you. Olmec heads. People who came later or who were around were worshiping our images because of what they saw come out of our brains. But when others began to come in, the Indians were, we found space for them to stay as extended family members, and so on and so on. So later on, people come on and then they begin talking about conquering and all this. Well, conquering is a tiger mentality. So after you've conquered, what do you do after that? That is where the real conquering comes in. So, if you're unable to do like I said of the tiger, if you're unable to do anything with the conquering, only to have them thrown in prison and murder them like Cassandra Bland, then you know that you're not providing any leadership, because you can't provide leadership to people who are more superior to you in terms of intelligence. So, for the last 2,500 years, especially the last 500 years, we've been building the economies of the world for free. Professor Benjamin Banneker designed and was responsible for Washington, D.C. Andrew J. Beard is the father of rocketry. Without Andrew J. Beard, a black man, there's no airplanes, no rockets. And the Morgan, you understand, standard, refrigerator, do you understand? All that was given for free to the non-blacks. And they talk about, China is going to Africa. Nobody can go to Africa. They came to Africa already and they had to run again, because Africa is a master place. You can't come there and try to colonize anyone. Berlin was where the Europeans decided they were going to colonize Africa. Berlin Conference. My great-great-uncle, Amen Ra, Amaga, when they came over, he told them, they were talking about, we're here to implement the Berlin Conference. And he told them, he said, if you don't get lost, I'm going to whip you behind. You're too dumb to even talk to me, let alone talk about you're going to colonize me. So, and of course, a war ensued. And, he did teach them a few lessons. But anyway, so after giving all that thing for free, Washington design and all that was given for free by black people. Free labor, free designs, cover, fed the entire South. Okay? With peanut butter and his inventions. Again, it was for free. And as I may have told you already, when they claim on his grave site with an epitaph that he neither cared for money or fame, you knew that was a fraud. Because the money that he would have left for Tuskegee today would have made Tuskegee bigger than Harvard. So there's no way a Professor Carver would actually say he didn't care for money. So, again, but you see, the more people steal away from you, the richer you get. Because the real money is intelligence. So, now, after donating all the real money, in other words, you give the real money, which is your brains, your intelligence, is the real money. So when you say you are poor, you are really saying you don't have Jim Crow dollar, is what you're saying. Because Jim Crow dollar has refused to pay you what you are owed for your brains. In other words, they took your most superior intelligence. That's the ultimate intelligence. It's intelligence. Ultimate currency is intelligence, because that's the currency God uses, intelligence. So you've given them the intelligence, and they're supposed to exchange that with the Jim Crow dollar. But they refuse. They have not paid you your Jim Crow dollars. That's why you don't have Jim Crow dollars. But you are the wealthiest race by far. You're the richest. See, because once you've been ordained or reordained, the most intelligent race, you've automatically become the richest race. Because everything that you use Jim Crow dollar for is a product of intelligence. The car is a product of intelligence. The airplane is a product of intelligence. The computer is a product of intelligence. So if you have all the totality of intelligence, automatically you have all those. And so it is that Oklahoma, the Black Wall Street, in 1921, it was building up actually from the late 1800s and eventually climaxed in the late teens, 1910 to 1920 and all that. And what happened was black people began to express their black power in terms of wealth. And the Black Wall Street was created. And rather than allowing black people to actually teach the world on how to really be wealthy, they had the wrong response by bombing the Black Wall Street down. And what happened was, that's the part of history you never really hear, is that 7 years later on, actually 8 years later, the Black Power responded by resulting in the Great Depression. The crash of 1929 was an expression of Black Power. I don't know how many people actually know that. There are probably few. That is decoded by Gaga. By bombing down the Black Wall Street, engendered the anger not only of black people, but the Almighty God. And so it led to the crash, which led to the Great Depression. That's what happens when you push black people to the limit. And the spirit of Sister Sandra Bland lives forever. The sister was so powerful. In the crying and everything else, she was still expressing a lot of power, of intelligence. First of all, she was dressed in African attire. They refused to show you her real picture. Because if they did, then it would be clear she was being persecuted in part because of her consciousness. So, if you watch the video, you'll see they did not show that African attire. And the next time you see her, she is in the jail uniform. Over there was no problem with the camera. They showed her in the jailhouse clothing. And so was Michael Brown. So was any number from before Emmett Till to what's for current, Crawford. The list is so, so kill, kind of like the tiger mentality that I told you there before. First of all, when you're really fighting, when you're engaging somebody in a war or something like that, it has to be based on intelligence. The one thing that is not intelligent is if you want somebody or your opponent to see the world your way or to do things your way, How would you accomplish that if you actually kill them? Once they're dead, they can't do what you like them to do anymore. That's why it is a tiger mentality. But the physical power or the fangs are not really. The fangs are there for a purpose, but it's not for destruction. It's supposed to help you, although chewing anything not to make survive, it involves some level of destruction, but not, it doesn't have a place when you're trying to get somebody to do things your way. See, the world has to do things God has ordered me to tell them to do things. The world has to do things the way that God ordered me to tell them to do. Because everything that you do that is real has a G.I.J. from now till eternity. That's what we're talking about. It's not a joke. Which is how your call to global leadership is cemented in the God order. Now, the rest of the world, the non-blacks, can try. Oh, yeah, man, they go to Africa. They go to all this here. They're terrorizing the black people in India and elsewhere. All that makes us not only less human, it makes us dumb, and it makes us suffer. There's hardly any place on the planet currently where people are not being gunned down because they do not understand the God order. Killing is the last thing you're supposed to do. Killing is ignorance, just like the website said. Ignorance is what is death and hell. And so, Sandra Bland was blown away. What a brilliant sister. And America suffers as a brilliant mind being blown away. Like Steve Biko, like Thomas Sankara, like Boris Bishop. And the list goes on and on and on and on. So, what's the solution? It's spelled G-A-G-U-T. You got to go along. You have no choice but go along with the God order. That is, God is in charge ultimately because God created everything. And the black people are the symbolism in terms of making sure God's creation is running properly. And that all there is in terms of the only focus will be the glorification of the Almighty God. Like I said, what I'm trying to do right now is to glorify the Almighty God. Because I'm giving you the GIJs of the entire universe. Which is why the briefing is very critical. Everybody has to come into the briefing to be debriefed of the reasons we've been suffering before God. And to now to be briefed of what needs to be done now. You want to be able to fly. You know, they're talking about, oh, gee, there's some life in 20 light years away from here. As a fraud. As a fraud. If the people who are claiming that statement have any idea of what 20 light years is, they won't be assassinating Sandra Bland. You need quite a bit of intelligence to do that. But if you take a genius like Sandra Bland and assassinate her, that contradicts your claiming you could somehow sense what is going on 20 light years away. Again, it's all gargotical. So, when you go on the website, you take a look at the number and see if indeed, and you can actually pass the qualifying exam. Prove the number that is given there is a prime number or not. And if you have difficulty, as expected, then you understand this is a God order. This transcends anything, even Imhotep. Imhotep was a polymath. Poly means multi-intelligence. Okay? Now, his intelligence was finite. Mine is not. That's a difference. But that's my great-grandfather. So it's consistent. Now, so you come in there and go through the God order and be transformed back to where you're supposed to be. Now, it's only then the civilization that ended 2,500 years ago can restart again. And you're going to begin to live the life of heaven right here once you start speaking the language of heaven, which is God's language. I really like everybody to understand that. Otherwise, to call in and ask questions. You have to understand that before you can go to heaven, you have to speak Gagat, because that's the only language God speaks. Language of reality. 2 + 1 = 3. That's reality. That's the only language that is spoken in heaven. Faith has no place in heaven except the part of the faith that is correct.
Dr. Gabriel Yibu, I want to ask you if you could give us like a mathematical description of the earth creation.
Yes. Yes. Well, the mathematical, it's a GIJ. The GIJ in terms of the absolute infinity of intelligence that God blessed me with is eta sub n. That's where the know-how in terms of how God actually created the universe comes from. In the eta sub n, the expression is lower g sub nj, n sub j. I mean, in other words, g, the sub is n, little n, and n after the n is j on that same level. Then multiply that by x, which is the space-time, xij, sxj, to power n plus 1. That is the totality of intelligence. Now, it said the minimum, the least one, the origin of it, which is God, is when n is 0. That is God. Before the material universe, God was eta sub 0. Eta sub 0 is waves. God was a wave force field, which is what I defined before. God was before the material universe, the one unbounded space-time of intelligence. That space-time is the xj to power n plus 1. That's the space-time. Now, the GNJ is the materialization factor.
Hey, I want
let you know that I sent you some email from this place called Fibers, and they like I looked up the page for you because they got dudes on there that do chemistry and biology homework and all of that type of stuff for $5. You know?
Okay. What about what happened to the email?
I sent it to you, so you got about 3 or 4 pages, so you could look.
Oh, you sent me email.
Okay.
Is that what you said?
Right.
Okay, you're cutting off, unfortunately.
I'll let you go. Okay, bye-bye. All right.
Hello?
Sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you left. You say.
Hello?
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 I think you
Yep.
left, Gabriel.
Okay. Okay. Was that you talking before?
No.
Yeah.
That was somebody in the audience.
Your phone's muted.
Okay. Unfortunately, he's just cutting off. I like to hear what he said. Can you translate it for me?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Hello?
Excuse
Hello?
me?
Hello?
Well, I tried to translate it to you as much as I could remember, but he said something about he was going to send you an email. He found something on the internet in regards of, I don't know, maybe something mathematical. He was going to send you an email.
Okay, you can go ahead and send the email, and I'm going to. John can get on the internet and he can check that up. Okay, John. Okay. Ask all of them to send the email and to call in also. Call in because this is the God order we're talking about. This is what you need to be talking for the rest of eternity. The heaven that was promised to us is now here. It begins with speaking the language of heaven, which is God's language. That's what I'm speaking right now. So, the ethos of man, which not only is the perfect representation, it is another word of intelligence. Now, intelligence is really wave. The brain waves is how you really visualize or actualize intelligence. And then what happens is the little g sub nj becomes the materialization of that dynamics. One of my teachers, when he listened to Gaga presentation during the global series of lectures, Professor E.R. Abubakar, that's a Cambridge PhD in mathematics. Okay, at the time when he was probably one of a handful black PhDs from Cambridge University, and came over here and one of the first black professors in mathematics at University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, and eventually came over to New York at City College. And during the time City College was producing Nobel laureates, and eventually returned to Africa, and eventually went through all kinds of ranks. We're talking about a real genius, Professor E. Abubakar. And so when he listened to Gaga, and there are videos of it, by the way. Those of you, that's another thing, people would like to get videos. John will be very delighted to share some of the videos with you. But you also need a Gaga shirt. Okay? But after I answer your question, then I will remind me of the Gaga shirt, the reason for Gaga shirt. Now, so, yeah, when Professor E. Abubakar was sitting down with his hands glued to his jaws, he, after he seen that the Gij, comma j equal to 0, of course, is the totality of all theorems. which is why Clay Mathematics Institute is embarrassing the world. They have not given us the 7 prizes. As a matter of fact, they give one out already. And they think they're impressing the world. You have to call them. The reason we can prove if that number on our website is a prime number or not is because God has blessed me with a solution to the Riemann hypothesis. It's called the G2J solution. That's not Riemann hypothesis exactly. But Clay Mathematics Institute, you need to call Clay Mathematics Institute. Like the Nobel Foundation, they're phasing themselves out. They don't know they're committing suicide by trying to ignore God. You can't ignore God. Therefore, you try to ignore God, you understand? That's suicidal. That's what's happening to Nobel Foundation, and it's happening certainly to Clay, because if Clay has anything to do with mathematics, it will know that the GIJ, every GIJ, which is recognized by Göttingen, ironically, that's where the Riemann hypothesis originated from. They've recognized Gagot already as having the Riemann hypothesis in it. But Clay is sitting down here in Boston. Locate Clay, CLAY, so-called Clay Mathematics Institute. They're embarrassing the whole world. They're embarrassing humanity by not surrendering the prize, especially for the G2J solution to Riemann hypothesis. And the very clear proof is the number that's on our website, the donation page. We can prove our solution to that problem. I can prove it with you. And in the briefing, those who come into the briefing, I want 10,000 people to come in there for the summit. And even the one that is least familiar with mathematics can understand the solution to the particular problem that's on our website. That's what differentiates us from the so-called other universities. They talk about we don't have accreditation. Well, first of all, we have no peers. It's like saying God needs an accreditation. That's Jim Crow. That's too embarrassing. We're presenting God, and somebody tells us we need an. You understand? If they could understand that, they won't be killing Sandra Bland. So anyway, back to how did God create the universe mathematically? It came out of the Eta Soben. God, who is the creator, was represented by eta sub 0. That is the beginning. This is mathematics. This is not some kind of metaphysical story here. We're talking about, the truth, absolute truth that can only come from God. That is the absolute, the ultimate intelligence that God gave me is what I'm telling you right now. The formula came out of the GIJ, J equal to 0. I'm talking about Professor Abubakar. So when he saw the GIJ, J equal to 0, he was flabbergasted. And it was proven to him. His mouth flipped open. But what further horrified him was the Eta Soben that reproduced for him everything he saw in Cambridge University. And Cambridge people are, by the way, so disgusted with Gaga. They are on their website called Naked Scientists, and expressing their frustration with Gaga over there. So those of you who care to see the reaction from Cambridge, go over and put Gaga on Naked Scientists, it's one word.com. That's Cambridge. So when he watched this, and of course Professor Abubakar spoke for Cambridge when he expressed his reaction, the thing that horrified him totally was when he saw Eta Soben. that reproduces, fundamental anything has done before God. So he flipped. And so after the presentation, he walks over and gave a press conference. And he said, Gargot is perfectly correct. Now that is an incredible statement coming from Cambridge. Cambridge pride themselves for being conservative in their statements. That's supposed to be part of the huge intelligence. But he declared to the whole world, he said, Gargot is perfectly correct. Now, if you answer the question 2 + 1 = 3, and they say, well, that's perfectly correct, that's one thing. And when you say you answer the question, what are all the theorems, past, present, and the future? And you provide that theorem, and a recognized math genius declares it to be perfectly correct. That's how you know what we're talking about. Only God can be the one in charge in that environment. So anyway, when he saw Etas of Ben, and it's everything he had learned was in there. And so, how did the creation occur? Well, it began with Eta sub 0, which is the wave force field. So when we say God is the one unbound the space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand, intelligence is waves. Eta sub 0 is wave. That's that intelligence. Out of that intelligence, see, you have to understand something. The way God worked is like when a brilliant engineer decides to, investigate how to build a car. Of course, he starts with his brains. He's going to use his knowledge of mechanics. First of all, beginning with, and for that matter, an airplane or a rocket. So it starts from the brains. It visualizes the parameters and everything. And says, okay, how many passengers am I talking about? Okay? So, you have to make sure that there's enough volume in your design to accommodate the number of passengers that you're designing the system for. That, you began that with your brains, which is waves. Waves, your brain waves, and your intelligence is how you began the process of trying to design and build an airplane or a rocket or a car. Because God showed that as the way to create. That's a poor symbolism of creation. Is designing and building an airplane. You start with your brain waves, your intelligence. That's Eta sub 0. God was nothing but Eta sub 0 before the material world, or material universe. So, God started with that wave and began to, through the Eta sub n, because God works like Eta sub infinity also. Because God, see, the difference between God and me, of course, is a very large one, infinitely large, is that whereas I understand God totally, God not only understands God's self, but God is that intelligence. God is that understanding God's self. That's a huge difference. God only permitted me to be able to show it in my brains. So all I'm rapping right now is the God order. I have nothing to do with personally. That's God's power. That's why a very big mistake when humans will say, well, we're going to get new world order. You don't even have a control over your breathing. God has to take care of that. And you have some kind of new world order. That's childish. Now, so when you multiply the space, the GNJ becomes the material factor, the materialization factor. Therefore, the waves materializes. God makes the waves materializes into matter. That's how God created the universe. And so in what is called the holy books, it said when they say, although they didn't know this before God has to teach them, in fact, what they were expressing from faith. God said, let there be light in Genesis. The word of God, which is a waves, the sound waves, actually went and materialized into light waves or dilated into the light waves. That's eta sub zero. Everything comes out of that eta sub zero, which fundamentally represents God. That's what we're talking about. And the dynamics of that materialization is, in other words, intelligence materializes into an airplane. The same intelligence from God materializes into the light waves and the oceans and the stars, the planets, the galaxies. That's how it came. So when I tell you I could see the whole universe, you'll probably be tempted to say, well, this brother is exaggerating a little bit. No. I only talk GIJs here. And anywhere else. That's the dynamics of being in heaven. I have to speak the God's language. First of all, there's no reason for me to say, speak anything else other than God's language. Because they're all in GIJs. Why would you say 2 plus 1 is equal to 4 if you know it is equal to, is equal to 3? In a gargotical dynamics, you don't want to look dumb. You don't want to sound dumb either. That's embarrassing, especially when you could look godly. So, now I hope that answers your question fundamentally. I could spend the whole millennia trying to explain that further. But fundamentally, which is why you need to come into the briefing, because in the briefing, you will understand. You'll be taught.
Where can I find the briefing there? Where does it take place?
Okay, it takes place right here on Long Island in a hotel. You need to register. You can call John now on the second number I gave you, or you go on PayPal, the donation page there. After you've gotten a sense of a proof that we have the Riemann hypothesis solution, and I'm pretty sure Harvard is listening right now, and Clay should be listening. Certainly Göttingen is probably listening. Göttingen is one of the really high points in the rest of the world because they were not shy. They're giving God the proper recognition in the spirit of Gauss, and that's quite a thing. But you call here on the two numbers. I'm on the 242 right now. That's a 631-242-3069. Call that, or the other one which John can give out at some point, or go on the donation page. After you've seen that formula below it says general donations. And like I said, we call it donation because nobody can pay for any Gaga product. No human being has the money to do that. So whatever token donation you make is equivalent to buying the books and the other, stuff like that. Okay? So you go in there and you see hit general donations, and you go into PayPal and you use your PayPal facility. If you don't have one, you could just supply your email and you can register right away. Okay? You register. John, what's did you give out, the registration fee?
I told them that tonight the audience members who understand what we're saying will be able to register, take this one-time tonight special order deal for the package of the Gaga Life-Saving Briefing, which incorporates 2 Gaga books. One of the Gaga books that you'll be getting has a price value on Amazon.com right now of $1,626.40. That book, in conjunction with another book and the briefing together, the value of that package is $2,500 US. For those people who understand what we're saying tonight and call in when using a credit card to go into PayPal through the Gaga donation page, they will get that special registration fee price of $750 US.
Okay.
Okay. What about telephone number they can call now? Those who would like to call, they're having difficulties.
They can call 631-242-3069.
Or
also call 631-327-0955 or 516-343-6628.
And how many people are you're giving this donation, discounts to today in this broadcast?
We're giving those to the people who called today.
Okay. What's the cutting off number? 1,000 people or what?
That would be correct, sir.
Okay. You want to give the numbers again?
631-242-3069.
Okay.
631-327-0955. 516-343-6628.
Okay. If they have difficulty, otherwise they go on PayPal and go on the donation page, and then after they hit the general donation, what are they supposed to do now to finalize their registration?
They just go into the Gaga donation page, click on the link that says General Scholarships donation link. It will bring them to the PayPal. On the PayPal page, all they have to do is use their email and their credit card, put in the price of the briefing, and a quote or a message in the email of the Gaga Life-Saving Briefing within that page. That is a way that you'll have a record on your end to protect the people who are making the order, to protect themselves as a means of being able to have a record of that transaction, of the registration for the briefing. They will have that listed in their email account once they do that on PayPal. And in addition to that, you'll have it dated, and we'll be able to confirm and actually send you confirmation email once it's been processed on our end.
And it also gives them, they need to indicate this is for the briefing, right?
I just said that, sir.
Okay. And the month, which they would like, at the end of every month is when the briefing is. They will indicate their month, and of course, PayPal certainly gives you the assurance that until you've gotten what you register for, if you have any problem, PayPal will refund your money. That is why the use of PayPal is very convenient and proper. Okay, so you have absolutely no fear at all, because if for some reason you were not registered properly, or you didn't, receive what you ordered and so on. And of course, the same way you order for the Gaga shirt and the other Gaga books and other Gaga tapes and everything else that John probably has supplies of the coast-to-coast video, audio. And so there are a lot of things that you could do here, especially the shirt. So, so that is, you can go, and then if you have problem, how much do you offer the package for them for?
$750.
Okay, so that's a very heavy discount, you know. So now if you have difficulty actually having, you know, in terms of raising the money, you have to understand what I presented so far. For you to think you can't afford it is a Jim Crow dynamics that you have to overcome. Because the real money is your intelligence. Which is why John said, for those who can understand what is being presented. I just presented a creation to you. It has an end. There's nowhere, anywhere in the world, in the past, where anybody has been able to explain that. But I'm explaining it exactly. And I'm giving you a parallel. Just like you go and you design and construct an airplane is how God created the universe. The brain waves is where it starts. The brain waves materializes. In a God's case, God does not need a material to begin with other than the God's intelligence. And nobody from MIT or Cornell or Cambridge can dispute it unless they want to look not so brilliant. The formula is that's what you call intelligence. That's what is called the ultimate intelligence. Not only can I show you how you do things, you know, on this planet and in the globe, as humans or God's creatures, I give you a parallel how that originated from the way God created the universe. And it's undisputable. It's infallible, as a matter of fact. That's what we're talking about. Now, therefore, the summit becomes the key. Whether you're talking about ISIS and all that, first of all, the word ISIS is a disrespect of the black people. That's a holy name for black people. That is not supposed to be associated with some people destroying humanity or any dynamics that leads to killing of life. Boko Haram has been solved exactly. You go on our website and say Gaga, solves Boko Haram and other religion disputes globally. You will see the proof. It's exact proof. Therefore, ISIS has no place. This is heaven. This time for heaven, not hell. That's what you need to come to learn. I have to tell you that some years ago, after the so-called collaboration between Russian scientists and American scientists, with America just providing the battalion for the most part, where they tested the beginning of the African bomb, after they carried out the experiment of bringing together calcium and presbymium. And I realized the leadership in this country had no idea what's going on. I had to call the president's office. I had very serious difficulties. I finally had to go through the Department of Defense to send the president a letter that is very similar to the letter that Albert Einstein wrote in the 30s before the Second World War. Putin had just indicated during that year in their February celebration of the victory over the Germans. And I heard Putin making a statement in which he says, The Russians are invincible. He was saying this, and Americans were busy supplying beryllium to begin the process of an Afro-Trojan bomb. This is why, on behalf of all you listeners and all of humanity, I had to try to reach the president through the Department of Defense. And although they didn't respond to my letter, you have to call them to formally respond to my letter. But they did act, because there was a disengagement with Russia not too long after that. What I'm talking to is not some joke. It's extremely serious. Because God has given to me, and God is God. That's the bottom line. Because if God didn't endow me with the necessary understanding, what I'll be trying to do right now is try to do something stupid with this infinite power. But that will contradict the process, which is why, that's not an option. On the contrary, how to line up humanity for heaven and the rest of the creatures. That's what we're talking about. And you have more questions in terms of the creation, let me know. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, call in, everyone in the world, call in. See, when I was on Coast to Coast, there were over 25 million people. Okay? Call in. Your radio should become like the Coast to Coast. Because you're doing a great work for humanity. And therefore, people should be encouraged, because we now are in heaven, because we have the language of heaven. That's for the whole creatures. But you have to understand the place of the black race. You must stop killing Sandra Bland. You don't look good doing that at all. You definitely are not glorifying the Almighty God. Because you can't change God. If you killed me like you killed Michael Brown, perhaps there would have been no God. That's how simple-minded you are by trying to kill Sandra Bland. And people think that it's funny. First of all, the massacre of those people, especially Michael Brown and Sandra Bland and all, is exactly the reason why all of you must be in the briefing. Because if Michael Brown had known what I'm telling you right now, the ignorant police that was shooting him down would have known that Michael Brown is the master, not a so-called grandchild of a former slave. And the policeman would have known that what gave him as a non-black the kind of respect, a very exaggerated respect he's getting, is a guy called Frederick Gauss from Göttingen University. The guy that was celebrated with Gargot book, where he handed over the baton of mathematics to me. The police killer of Michael Brown would have known things have changed. The baton is symbolically in Michael Brown's hand. The old baton which he had from Gauss has been surrendered to a Michael Brown race. But if you're sitting down and you're not hearing the God order that I'm presenting, then there's going to be more Michael Browns. And if there, if there are more Michael Browns, the rest of the world is going to go to hell right here. Because it is like a tiger killing all humans. If the tiger kills all humans, it's going to be a dull world. The tiger can't probably stay too long anymore himself. Or like a child killing a father or a mother. How long is a child that is maybe, an infant last after he killed the mother and the father? That's what's going to happen to the world. This is not a joke. And you also have to know that the search for the unified field theory, not a theorem, has taken a lot of resources. It is the ultimate war. It's the ultimate. Because every war that people fight, the ultimate goal is to determine who is superior in terms of intelligence. Also, intelligence is a big part of war anyway. They call it intelligence unit. How to, visualize your enemies. But you also need intelligence in building the war machines. Therefore, the winning side is a combination of the use of the actual intelligence in terms of thinking and planning, strategies, military strategies, but also the tools and the weapons, the rocket system and so on and so forth is also product of your intelligence, which is another way of saying you're coming on the battlefield to test your level of intelligence. Since God has now decided a black man has created the most powerful human being ever created because he was ordained with the ultimate intelligence, and that didn't make him the richest and the most powerful. And if all this will do is to share that infinite amount of money with every black person, it makes automatically the black race the most intelligent, the richest, and the most powerful. So if you go start killing the children of the most powerful race, you know what you're trying to do. You're trying to commit suicide. You have to take a look at what has happened for the last 2,500 years. When our ancestors allowed the non-blacks to come into Kemet, they were shocked by the lack of understanding of the God order, which is only the more intelligence provides leadership. Otherwise, God won't be in power. That is simple logic. God by itself cannot do anything. It's the intelligence that makes it, that when used with the gun, that realizes the power of the gun. And then the design is also intelligence. So you build this massive destruction weapons, and you take it and you open fire on people who do not operate with that kind of small mentality or tiger mentality. And you think, oh, gee, you've conquered them. First of all, as has been proven, there's no evidence of conquering. It's an illusion. When they came in, like I was saying before, in terms of the Berlin Conference, my great-grand uncle, Amen, that's Amen Ra, in the Gala Kingdom, kicked their behind. And in fact, his son actually created a plantation for those who were captured. That was around emancipation. That contributed immensely, plus the spiritual power that was coming together here for the black people. That's how so-called emancipation happened. Because if it was otherwise, there's nobody. I mean, the dog continues to be a slave to a human being because of the gap of intelligence between them in favor of the human being. The gap between, say, even a chimpanzee.
Now, this is what I call dirt.
Oh.
You understand? The gap between non-blacks at 19, status of 19 or 19 level of intelligence, and the chimpanzees is 4. The chimpanzees are around 15, status of 15. And the non-blacks are 19. So if you take 15 away from 19, you get 4. On the other hand, from the non-blacks at 19 to the blacks at 28, you have 9, more than twice the gap between the non-blacks and the chimpanzees. Therefore, if the chimpanzee cannot call, if non-blacks cannot call chimpanzees master, black people can't call non-blacks master. Nor could they have them as their so-called teachers, or for that matter, their doctors, or anything of the kind. Otherwise, God will have to depend on us or the same non-blacks for God's help. If you see that as impossible, that's how the idea of, a similar relationship between non-blacks and blacks are. This is geometry. So there's only one way things can go. Black leadership is the only way things can run properly. You want to disregard that, you're going to prolong more suffering. That's what has been happening since people walked into our civilization and began shutting it down for the last 2,500 years. It's been nothing. It wasn't, but the illusion of trying to say you're going to conquer black people, that remains forever. It gets worse now with Gargot here. I have to tell you that quite a few young people, especially in light of KRS-One piece, Gargot rap, that are feeling the Gargot in their veins. And so when you're kidding yourself trying to put a black youngster, those you don't murder or throw them in prison, you actually put them in special ed. That's not good, to say the least. So that's where the Gargot shirt comes in. You need to call in or go to PayPal. As a matter of fact, you might be able to get John to give you a special further discount. Okay? In terms of getting a Gargot shirt for your children and yourself. The uniform is what introduces you to the people around you. When the police wears the police uniform, they're recognized as a police. When the reverends wear their reverend uniform, they're recognized as reverends. Therefore, you need a uniform, which is the gargot shirt. The gargot shirt recognizes you for being the chosen race in terms of being the most intelligent race. If Michael Brown was wearing that, Michael Brown will be here today physically. The president had indicated the young man who was assassinated in Trevor Martin. The president said, in lamenting the killing, he said, you know, if he were to have a male child, he would have looked like Trevor Martin. And that was his lamentation. But the ignorance is so huge that even in spite of Trevor Martin looking like the president, they still went ahead and demolished him. Michael Brown and all of those could have been helping to use the Gaga formula by now. If Michael Brown has come to the briefing, he would have walked away with the Gaga shirt. And if he was wearing the Gaga shirt, the police that shot him would have identified him as a member of the most intelligent race. And he would have bowed down to him rather than try to kill him. So the fault is on both sides. Even though the source of the fault is Jim Crow, that is the acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome, God prevails though. God cannot be forced to change course. So that's why we're now getting therapy. This presentation is part of the therapy for both sides. Because, see, even for the non-blacks, it's obviously lack of intelligence. They also have acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. For the police to believe they're superior to a black person, that's equally sick. You can't have a 19 IQ and say you're superior to a person with a 28. That came from Yale. That's after they seen that God blessed me with 8 types of infinity. They had to get rid of Jim Crow out of their processes for testing. That's how they got, a more consistent result. So you're trying to kid yourselves like I said before. A tiger can't even talk, so a tiger can't tell you to call him master. Although through the vicious, pangs, he could do all kinds of things. So, therefore, we have to know what is the God order. All the energies and lives that have been wasted must now stop. And that's why God set up the briefing. The briefing is the most critical thing right now. Okay? And all the energies now can be used towards the glorification of the Almighty God. What I'm trying to do is glorifying the Almighty God right now. And you need to begin to learn. It's the only way to go. It's the only way to live a life. Because that is heaven. There's no pain. It's fun. It's ideal. Go on the website, go to the donation page, click general donation, and register. If you have difficulty, getting your resources together, you call here at the Office of Technology. We will give you help. It's called Each One, Teach Many. We're actually asking people to represent their groups. You could represent your family, where everybody bring their pennies together 750 is not, it's nothing, and look what you're getting. One book, one of the books that you're going to be getting as free or part of your registration is already just one book, $1,626. That's more than twice. Okay, just the book alone. And you're getting another book because, God had ordered to get it, but God cannot give it for you for free. Because you will not appreciate its value. And if something you don't appreciate, you understand, it does nothing for you. Plus, what's worse is, you've now been proven to be the richest. So you can't say money is what is stopping you. No. The only thing that can stop you is the lack of understanding that can come from the acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. It's a temporary condition, however. That's the good side. If you listen to what I'm saying well enough, you will come out and you'll get a healing. And you begin to do miracles. In other words, we do miracles over here. No, we don't do it. God does it, but using us. Because you have absolutely no reason to have a difficulty raising $750 per family or per church. Church should be able to deal with 10 of such, members to attend. Now, if that's not enough, you call here and you express your understanding of the need to get into heaven as learn the language of heaven. Because God got the holiest of the holy grail of mathematics and entire knowledge. The holiest. Therefore, God is the holiest book, period. That which has no mistake in the content. Which is why it's so expensive. So rather than saying, well, I can't afford it, I'm poor. First of all, those statements are not correct. So, although you've been giving a discount, particularly for this broadcast, okay, we know you can afford it at afford the briefing at $2,500 per group. We know that because that's what your intelligence.
Hmm? That's flavored root beer.
Do you understand? You are the wealthiest race and pretending to be the poorest. Just like you're the only ones that could be called masters. And you're calling somebody else master or teacher. You're the only teachers. That's the God order. And so therefore, with this additional arrangement, you will get shirts for yourself. God got shirt because you wear it. Nobody can put you in the special ed anymore. Nobody can even put you in jail anymore. You don't belong in jail. You belong in the universities teaching the world. That's the God order. And any attempt at rationalizing put any black person in jail makes humanity suffer, including people who are perpetrating such a mistake. It's a very deadly mistake to put a black person in jail. Black people need to provide the leadership for the world. That's the only time the world was moving ahead, when black people were in such positions. And it's going to be the only way the universe can move ahead properly. And although it seems as if we feel we have a lot of control in that, but now God has said, we don't have any control of it. It's only God order that can do that. So there's a limit as to which you can resist God. That's also part of the truth. So what you need to remember, therefore, is the shirt tells your story. It introduces you. That's important. The books also get you going. Okay? The Gargot shirt, for example, has a summary of the theorem, and the school curriculum needs to be changed from kindergarten to the university level. We're supposed to be an industrial park in every country, particularly here in America, and a lot have been done here to kind of, allow that to materialize. But keeping black people down has never helped, although it gave the system a lot of wealth because black people were forced to offer their intelligence for nothing. So all the billionaires here and the multinational and all that are fooling around with the black money, black intelligence. The brother called Mark Dean at IBM. He's the inventor of the PC. Although they do give him some flashy title of assistant president or vice president or whatever, he's supposed to be the main player there. So you put him down in some kind of second class. You talk about Carlson, Dr. Carlson, running for president. The president was supposed to have given him an award, and they gave him a second-class award. For a person who is considered to be the best brain surgeon, the kind of award he was given from the White House was unfair, to say the least. Second class. But he's better than Emma Gwali and myself. He was able to get some prize. The little they gave Emma Gwali, they turned around and devalued it. And as I told you before, Nobel is committing suicide by not giving a Nobel Prize to. That is the only thing that can get Nobel. If Nobel Prize was any value, any real prize, only Dagot could get a Nobel Prize. But Nobel Foundation is kidding itself and trying to hope people will not see that until the Nobel Prizes become worthless. And that'll be the end of it. The same thing, clay is even the worst, because clay, I'm sure there are enough mathematicians that understand that Gij, comma j equals to 0 proves the existence, impossibly, the existence of the G2J solution to Riemann hypothesis. But here they're playing games, because all that will lead to a contradiction of the fraud that has been perpetrated, which is your response as a people, which is being ordered by God, is you raise that money and you give the award, because Jim Crow is not qualified to give any award now anyway. So therefore, that's a God order, because no award from Jim Crow right now has any value in light of Gaga. And so, like I said before, well, when they attacked the Black Wall Street, there was a repercussion which almost destroyed this country in terms of the Depression. Black people are the only one with the real power, which is intelligence. And I'll give you more details in terms of how some of those things happened at another presentation. You can't undo God's order. It's not possible. You can't replace it with some kind of new or old order. There's only one order. That's the one that has God in charge. And God, delegates symbolically roles to us based on our levels of intelligence or how much we look like God or how much we're close to God. And that's why the Indian professor, after seeing Gagat, the professor of mathematics and physics, after being touched by Gagat, ironically, in a place where black people are disrespected a great deal, with a caste system, but his letter, in effect, overturned totally, in terms of recognition of Gagat, overturned the whole caste system in India and the rest of the world, like here. When he wrote me a letter, it says, Professor Yibo, you are more close to God than any of us. That's a theorem. That's a GIJ. It's a perfect truth. And so India has been transformed, although people are still trying to ignore it. The more you try to ignore God, the more powerful God gets. And the critical mass, especially in light of everything else, on the whole, humanity is responding to God because, see, with all the lack of understanding that's going on, the spirit of Gauss has spoken in Göttingen. And Göttingen, as I mentioned before in another broadcast, Göttingen is particularly unique because many people did not know that Germany actually colonized England.
When did this happen? When did Germany colonize England?
Well, I'm not sure the exact date, but it's around, John?
The date was 1702.
Okay, 1702.
Oh,
No, I mean the colonization. Well, yeah, actually. What happened was the Göttingen University was founded by a king of England called King August George II. That's Queen Elizabeth's great-great-great-great-grandfather. They came from Hanover. That's not too far from Germany. That's not too far from Göttingen. That's where they came from. That's their hometown. So, after the dynamics of Newton and the rise of Cambridge and all that, and the dynamics of the gravitational universal law, or universal gravitational law by Newton, Germany, who were competing, trying to find the same formula with Johannes Kepler and company, when they realized that Newton had outdone them, a little bit, they were pretty close themselves because they did produce something very unique. Eventually, they took over England and thereby squashed Cambridge to second ranking in terms of universities with math department. Göttingen took over from Cambridge as the headquarters of mathematics.
Yeah, when you say Cambridge, you're talking about the Cambridge of Europe or the Cambridge of America?
No, Cambridge in Europe, in England.
Okay.
The UK was finding ahead, and all of a sudden the Germans realized, no, they have to take over England. And when they took over England, they replaced their kings and their royalty with the Germans. Okay, that was building up, I've forgotten the era in terms of the royalties in England. Eventually it became German. And the German king of England, August George II, founded the University of Göttingen. As a matter of fact, it's called the August George University of Göttingen. That's the real name. So when you saw the celebration that highlighted Gagat as a center, the ultimate mathematics that goes beyond Gauss himself. He spoke for the royalties in England, including the current one. So, so therefore a lot of people have recognized, so a lot of credit goes to Göttingen for understanding that Gagot is the totality of mathematics. And since all other knowledge can be perfected only through a mathematical process, otherwise it will all be theories and approximations. The ideal level, the very ideal kind of level for every knowledge is when the knowledge matures enough to reach the level of mathematics. When you have physics, for example, you can talk all kinds of scientific methods and all that. The ideal part of physics is mathematical physics. When you could write, most of the times when they say mathematical physics, they talk about approximate. That is the ideal. That's what Gagot has. Gagot has that. Okay? E minus MC squared is equal to 0. Just one trivial Gij out of Gagot. So is the Gm1 M2 minus Fr squared of Newton comes out of Gagot just one sweep. And every theorem, including everything that Gauss ever did, has a finite number of Gijs from Gagot. And any smart mathematician, any real mathematician would have known that as a result of Gagot being proven, automatically all the 7 Gijs they needed for the seven so-called Tophet mathematics are in Gagot, including the G2J solution to the Riemann hypothesis. You have a privilege in the briefing to actually see that solution. And you might be surprised that you might get a pleasant surprise of actually grabbing or grasping some of the dynamics. So what is being offered to you in the briefing is heaven. That's all I can tell you. It's heaven. Just like Gagot itself, because it's a piece of Gagot. So you have to overcome the shackles of Jim Crow around your system. You cannot say, gee, I don't have money. That's not real. Talk to your family members. They will delegate you to come and represent the family. Talk to your communities. Okay, if you need more help, call us over here. John will be delighted. Other staff members will be delighted to help introduce you to your family members and other congregations, the churches, the mass. Okay? Even your gangs, your gang members. Because then you come over here and you see what is higher than gang membership. What's more godly. And so, the murders of all these youngsters will not be in vain. In many ways, the reactions are kind of responding to the disappointment. The black people have been reordained the most intelligent race and the chosen race. People are angry, but anger doesn't change that situation. It's now trying to move on to the heaven. You have to learn how to speak. That's where the energies are supposed to be right now. Stop killing, totally unnecessary. Your mind is all you need in terms of, you don't need killing, you need life. You need to be creative. You need to create. See, the whole inconsistencies, there are in so many directions. On the one hand, Mars is being pursued as a place potential place to distribute our populations as humans, and other moons have been looked at. And yet, at the same time, there's a fear of overpopulation here on the planet, to the point where people can justify exterminating lives as a way of trying to cope with the so-called population explosion. That's totally inconsistent. Send them over to Mars. Or other moons and settle there. Go join the one in the so-called 20 light years away. But if you don't understand God, you won't be able to do that, that's for sure. So this is where the energy is supposed to be, not in mindless killing. And you black people have to understand you were not created to be killed. You created to provide leadership. You need to be in the briefing. That's the order from God. You get your life back together again after 2,500 years of terrorism. And you begin to shine. And although they talk about Pavlovian monkey syndrome, one of the things people do not explain to you when they talk about Pavlovian monkey, a monkey that, tried to raise his head up, above a certain level. And he got hit every time he tried to do that up on, in a space of time. Eventually, he stopped raising his head. Up to that point. So he, keeps it below that point. What was not explained to you is that may be true of monkeys. And if it has any place in the human dynamics, perhaps the only realm where that might be possible will be non-blacks. That can't happen to black people. So it is a further propaganda that is self-serving to try to put it into black people's head. Black people are way too far from monkeys. You have 8 plus 5 at least. That's 13 points away. So the only people Pavlovian monkey can work with is non-blacks, because they're only 4 points away from, from the monkeys. This is geometry. So, therefore, that is but you have to listen to the God order. It's the only order that prevails, even against our will. And it doesn't have to be because of a bomb either. God prevails. Because God is not only does not have all the GIJs to make things go God's way, God is indeed the intelligence itself. So that's what we're talking about. Let the questions be coming in. Okay? Tell the audience. Let their questions ring. Very, very important. Ask me questions.
Now, my question is, I seen earlier you gave a pure mathematical description of the creation of the planet Earth, but I wanted to see if
Peace. Can anybody hear me?
Excuse me?
Peace. Can anybody hear me?
I'm sorry. Yes, please. Who's this?
Oh, this is Brother Amun Net.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, brother. If you got a question, go ahead.
Oh, no,
I can say a mindset letter. Or if you got any comments you want to make or anything.
Oh, yeah, first of all, King G, you know what I'm saying? I've been dealing with you for the best part right now with information. So, you know, I'm rocking with you. You know, we already rocking with you. So, I just came in, you know what I'm saying, from you know what I'm saying, doing some God work all day, being productive. You know what I'm saying? Back on the throne. Where I started.
Hey, you got a question for Dr. Gabriel Evil? Special guest?
Yeah. When it comes in correlations to basically not only like mathematics but our culture as a people, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Can you speak about how did we basically lose that connection?
Uh-huh. You mean the last, say, 500 years or 2,500 years?
Say that again?
Is that the period you're talking about?
Yeah.
But
he asking you about. If you talking about the last 500 years, the period of the last 500 years, basically us being in bondage in the Western Hemisphere.
Sure.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Let me deal with that. Okay. Now, first of all, the dynamics about what that happened was basically actually started a long time ago, about 2,500 years ago, when the non-blacks came to see our civilization in Kemet. And it was so foreign to them. I mean, it was such a shock to them in terms of how advanced it was. And so their lack of understanding led them into thinking all they need is to get some arms and rob us and kill us or something like that. But we understood killing to be a demonstration of ignorance, just like it says on the website. You're not supposed to kill. If somebody has something that you don't have, you use your brains to not only get it yourself in terms of, design your own system and build it. But, you might even do it better if you have a better brain than such a person. So, but because they didn't have all that together, all of that thinking or intelligence together, they decided, look, we're going to take the gun simply. It's quicker. That was an illusion. Now, so eventually, in 1641, the Arabs would come. Arabs are people from primarily, from a place in Spain called Arabe. And of course, some came from Asia, to Iran, and all that. And so they came in, and of course, they brought the issues of religion and all that. But they were doing some very, very so-called conquering in terms of terrorizing our people. Now, it isn't that we could not respond. And the reason we could respond is when it comes to physical dynamics. Africans have no problem doing a physical dynamics with anyone else. Okay, Muhammad Ali is an example. There was a Dick Tiger from Nigeria. When he took on a non-black in a boxing, and there are quite a few examples, he almost destroyed the individual, and they were supposed to be in the same category and so on and so forth. So physically, God created us superior. But it isn't just physical, it's also mentally, as has been proven loud and clear now. So if the non-blacks can design and build a weapon, we could do it. See, that if you reference their IQ as 100, if the 19 was 100, 19 IQ, which is their level, was 100 IQ, then our intelligence level would be a genius level, because you have 28 compared to 19. That's almost 1.5, as in 150. When you have IQ of over 135 or 137, somewhere there, you are in the genius category. So if you have 150, that's definitely a genius category. So compared to the non-blacks, we are geniuses. So therefore, since intelligence is the only thing, the real power behind any weapon, whatever they could do, we could do it 1.5 times better, minimum. So we can understand that. Now, but we value life so much that while we could resort to that, it isn't our first choice, because we're closer to God than any other race. And by no means is it a weakness. That's, on the contrary, it's a power. That's why we're here today. The only problem is when you push people like that too far, then you are committing suicide. Because one day, somebody will wake up from that group and say, that's it. And, being suicidal like that is characterized with absence of intelligence. So that's why you've seen a lot of tolerance from black people for a very long time. Like, for example, what's happening right now? The killing of the black kids.
Can I ask another question?
Okay. So, so therefore, how did we end? That's how it ended up in this mode. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you more, but that's it. In other words, we have a lot of understanding of life. See, and that point is extremely important. You see, if you don't understand the value of life, that's a very bad state. In fact, we can't create anything. Okay? Just like you asked how God created, you understand? I once designed a hypersonic vehicle, because as a mathematician, I wanted to be sure people didn't write me off as some kind of,
how do I become a mathematician, though? How do one become a mathematician?
How do you become a mathematician?
Yes. I want to be a mathematician. How do you want to become a mathematician?
Okay, well, come to the Gaga briefing. You're going to register. You go on PayPal when you're ready. I'm sorry, go on our website, that is the gagotofape.org, and click the donation page.
The guys of what?
G-A-G-U-T.
G-A-Z-U-T?
G as in God, A as in Adam.
Can you repeat what he's saying? Can you repeat what he's saying? Because I hear static a little bit.
Oh, okay. Let me go by it. G as in God.
G as in God.
A as in Adam.
A as in Adam.
Another G as in God.
Another G as in God.
Then U as in the USA.
U.
Then T as in Thomas.
Thomas.
Okay, put that in Google search browser.
Okay.
Can you do that now?
No, not over my phone, but I can follow the directions.
Okay, then
search browser.
Yes, and then the first website should be gagotofape.org. Gagot is one word. Gagot, like what you have there, G-A-G-U-T, and then the other part is O-F-A-P-P-I-T. O as in Oscar, F as in Frank.
A.
Another
A.
Yes, O as in Oscar, F as in Frank.
Mm-hmm.
A as in Adam.
Mm-hmm.
P as in Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Another P as in Peter.
Mm-hmm.
I as in Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
T as in Thomas.
Okay.
And then .org. That's the website. Or if you just put just Gargot part of it in the browser, in the Google browser, the first website should be gargotofapi.org. You will click on that website, and then you will see on the front page, the home page, a statement that says, please donate to the Fapi Technology. Please donate. Click on that.
Mm-hmm.
And it will take you to the donation page. And the donation page will welcome you, you'll be welcomed by a formula that gives the biggest number, that you can imagine. To write down the number, you're going to need the entire solar system to write it down.
A what?
A number that we're posing a question to give the world a sense of how we compare with other universities in the world. It's a problem no university on the planet can solve except our university, which will also give you a sense of, how we're out of sight when it comes to accreditation. We're the headquarters of intelligence. That's the God order. So we're the most accredited university in the entire world. You can only, do you understand? Because what we teach here is absolute truth. It's the best mathematics, best physics, best ultimate. That's not just best ultimate. Because they're all summarized in it as, G-I-J, which is God. So you'll be welcome on that donation page with this formula, the formula for a number that is so large. You need a solar system to be able to write each number of the number, each digit of the number down.
Okay.
That's how much space it will take for you to write it down, for it to be legible. So then the question is given on that page. It says, can you determine if this number is a prime number? There's no other human other than myself that has answered to that question. But it's one of our.
I believe, and I know it, and I know you. I know you know it, though. I know you solved it, and I know you solved it.
That's right. Well, but if you're real serious in terms of pursuing mathematics, then you're going to register. See, because then below that formula, and again, it has so much use. See, the formula we put there has so much use. God gave me that solution because God blessed me with the G2J solution to the Riemann hypothesis. That's a contribution from Göttingen. Riemann was actually a student of Gauss, the Friedrich Gauss, who symbolically, through the Göttingen celebration, handed over the baton of mathematics, the king. He was called the Prince of Mathematics. That's Gauss in Göttingen University. So by highlighting Gargot as the best work in mathematics, the greatest work in mathematics, that was Gauss's. Gauss wanted to find the formula Gij, J equal to 0. And certainly his successor, one of them was Riemann hypothesis, was a successor to Gauss in Göttingen University. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They all wanted this formula. Along the way, and of course, another guy called David Hilbert, who Brother Glover was talking about earlier. These are the legends of recent mathematics. As a matter of fact, David Hilbert actually listed the Riemann hypothesis before Clay listed it. And although they didn't offer an actual prize, but he classified them as one of the 20 most difficult problems. That was in 1900. Okay? Hilbert, who was a colleague of Albert Einstein, Hilbert invited Albert Einstein to the same Göttingen University to present his theory of relativity for 1 full week. In the process, they compared notes. Both of them were pursuing the formula, the general relativity formula. And both of them had come to, an understanding of the general relativity. Okay? Mm-hmm. And it was just a dynamics of who published first and all that put Einstein as being the discoverer of the general relativity formula, because Hilbert, who was ranked number 24 on the Göttingen list or selection list, competed with Albert Einstein, and they were very neck and neck, because both of them did have general relativity equations. But Einstein published his first. That's why the credit was given to Einstein, but they are in the same class. Okay, the same, as a matter of fact, the position held by David Hilbert in the list where we were put with number 26 would have been held by Einstein. Okay? So, in other words, Einstein and Hilbert belong on that list, although Einstein wasn't there because they saw more Einstein as a mathematical physicist rather than a mathematician. So anyway, if you go, Riemann, whose name is after the theorem, the hypothesis, okay? Mm-hmm. He was head of the math department at Göttingen before David Hilbert and after Gauss. He was Gauss's student. So he struggled. He was looking for this, Gij, comma, j equal to 0 and couldn't find it. But along the way, he made some breakthroughs. He did some very serious work. He was responsible for what is called as Riemannian geometry. Okay? And which Einstein used in general relativity. Okay? It's a lot of beautiful stories there. But he was puzzled with the Riemann hypothesis. And because he transformed on at the age of 40 years old, very young age, relatively, he wasn't able to solve that problem. Okay? Mm-hmm. And so, and he died in 1850s. 1860s. 1866, I think, is when Riemann transformed on at 40 years old. Okay? So, later on, Hilbert will become the head of math department. And it was while Hilbert was there as head of the department when he invited Albert Einstein to Göttingen. Albert Einstein was mostly, he was in another university before coming to Berlin University of Berlin. That's where he was really situated. Okay? Eventually, they will invite him for 1 full week in Göttingen University. So when you hear about Göttingen declaring me the king of the most recent, the ultimate king of mathematics, that's not a joke. It's the biggest thing that has happened in the European and the rest of the world in mathematics. So therefore, because Göttingen recognized that Gij, comma, j equal to 0, Gi in that equation represents every and all theorems.
Gi, say that again?
Yes. The Gij in Gauss equation, Gij, comma, j equal to 0. In other words, it says all theorems and all equations originate out of, in terms of past, present, and future, originate out of one invariant, Gi. Okay? All the equations, any equation that you've written or that you are writing and will ever write, any theorem that you can conceptualize, past, present, and the future, originate from one invariant. But we're not talking about theories. We're talking about absolute truth. Absolute truth is reality. You are an absolute truth. You are a reality. In other words, all of those past, present, and the future originate from one invariant. That invariant is what we define and later on prove to be God. As saying God created all reality. It's the most beautiful thing you ever heard in your life. So that one invariant GI that has been proven through God infallibly to be God has orthogonal components, Gij, and a divergence or a change. Since an invariant, the change is 0, which is Gij, comma J equal to 0. That is every mathematics that existed from beginning of time to the present and now and forever. Nobody can write any new equation again that's not already there in Gaga. Nobody can come up with a theorem that is not already there in Gaga. That's what I'm talking to you about right now. So, go ahead.
I said, no, I understand.
Okay, now, so therefore, because that is infallibly proven, it says every problem, the solution lies in there. The truth about anything is what is, that's reality.
Wow. Oh, man. Somebody throw some holy water on him. He's telling the truth.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So yourself, you see, your whole beautiful body and all that has a Gij. Your mind has a Gij. They're all together. Okay? I can construct you. I can construct a car. I can construct anything. So, and that goes for every minutest piece of creature, as well as the biggest galaxy. I see all that on conceptualism through the solution to that equation, which is eta sub n. Now, so therefore, and out of that eta sub n, I construct the actual Gij, like the G2J to the Riemann hypothesis. So for mathematicians, the Gij, comma J equal to 0, having been proven to be infallibly correct as a theorem, already has proven the existence of the Riemann hypothesis solution, as well as all the other problems, the so-called 7 toughest math problems. This is how clay is going to destroy itself, because they're not recognized. And the formula that you see there that expresses the number, the infinite number that is placed there, that we're asking anyone to come up with the answer to the question, is that number, a prime number or not? And you have to prove it. Whatever answer you gave, you have to prove it because it's a theorem. Okay? Mm-hmm. And we know nobody except myself has that solution. And of course, my students over here that are getting into the PhD program. So when we issue a PhD here, you understand? When we issue a PhD here, it's the ultimate PhD. You can't get anything better anywhere. You can't even equal it anywhere. It makes the PhD from Harvard look like a high school certificate. That's what we're talking about here, because if you could find a Harvard mathematician professor that can solve that problem, let me hear his name and let him come on the show and prove it. Or a Cambridge professor, and make a note of that. Take them to that website, where you are, the Gaga donation page. Let them answer that question. And I'm pretty sure you will not have any problem. Bring him on your show. So come and prove that point. I can prove it. That's what I'm going to be doing in the briefing for you. So you want to be a mathematician? you need to go to the PayPal, go to that page, you see the formula there. Click on the general donations, and you go into the PayPal mode. And you register there, you get your receipt, you're registered. And you're going to pick a month where you'll be ready for the briefing. Do you understand?
Yes, I have a question for the doctor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Ebel, my question is regarding, you spoke about waves, and my question is related to the magnetic electro-like spectrum and the visual-like spectrum, with more or less emphasis dealing with the cosmic rays, which is the rays that's known as the frequency of knowing. And I just wanted to have you kind of elaborate on that, please.
What's your name, please, brother?
It's Daham. Daham?
Darnell?
Daham. Daham.
Okay. Now, yes, the cosmic and all that. Well, first of all, the waves, you see, is the beginning. Okay? The waves is the beginning of things. That's really the beginning. Okay? And it makes sense because the waves will have to have come before the material or the materialization. Everything in the universe is a space-time. Because God and the universe are the same. They are identical, actually. And God has proven that it can be otherwise. That's an informal proof that the universe is God. The universe is not some kind of bounded entity. The universe is God. And God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand. That's the mathematical definition of God. And it's represented by the Gij. The Gij, the I part is the material, the materialization, or the specific material. There are quite a bit of materialization that coexist in the same space-time. Because in terms of how they coexist, is that everything has some kind of hole in it, or a soft point, which is the dynamics of the materialization. Some of them, you will need a microscopic viewing tool to be able to see the holes. Okay? Even the rock, and certainly a piece of wood or a piece of stone, if you magnify them enough, or if you go deep, you could see the holes in them. Just like the stomach of a human being has a hole in it, a cavity. Okay? So, but what we call cavity is a dynamics of the materialization and the density distribution. See, the waves, God, as I was answering a question before, the waves, when compressed, is how you get the materialization. Okay? Just like you could take, I'm trying to look for a good example. If you could bake something, or you put water in what do you call it, the flour, okay, and you mix it, okay. you could flood it with too much water and it becomes very thin. Now, or you could make it, medium, but it will be soft. What happens is when you put it on the fire or in the oven, you will see that even when it starts out kind of, soft, if you bake it long enough, you're going to see it solidify because the liquid in it evaporates. In the process, you'll be increasing the density. Do you understand that part?
Yes.
Okay. So that is so that we know that from experience as human beings, that when you dehydrate things, they become harder. They become more dense. Their density increases. Okay? Now, that is starting from regular things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. You could go in the cyclotrons. You could take some material stuff and you circulate them at a very high speed, they begin to dissociate. They dissociate and then into thinner. So in that way, you're reversing the process. The density is getting smaller, okay, until they become really waves. Do you understand? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so as you dilate, material tend to go in the direction of waves. And even the waves can dilate further to rarefied kind of waves, thin waves or thinner waves. Do you understand?
Yes.
So therefore, if you like to reverse the process, then you combine the waves, you compress the waves, and they become thicker. That's the materialization process. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. So, what you call cosmic is simply explained, or the dynamics of how the whole world came into existence was God in God's infinite wisdom. But it's not just wisdom. God is wisdom. God does not just acquire wisdom, but God is the actual wisdom or intelligence. That intelligence is a waveform. So before the materialization, God was purely waves. A wave force field. That's what God was. And what you really call waves is a connectivity of space-time points.
Oh.
You understand?
Yes.
Yes. The space-time points are all connected. No other science can explain this to you. Or have you ever heard anything like this before? And yet it is perfectly correct. Wave is a connectivity of space-time points because they're all together. One point has to be connected to the other. That is the dynamics of waves. Is the connectivity between these points that shows what you call waves. So, and by compressing those waves in terms of, bringing them together, see, when the wave is thin enough, your sound wave can maneuver it, can compress it. Even your brain waves can compress it into a form that you desire. That's how God created the universe. That's what is meant by when God said, "Let there be light." The sound waves and the brain waves are bigger than other waves. So they can force a transformation, a compression of other waves into become that desired form, say in the light waves. That becomes the dynamics of creation. And you have a parallel on a much lesser sophistication in terms of when I designed a hypersonic vehicle in a graduate school to prove to people I'm not just some kind of abstract mathematician, I went through a regular design process to design a plane that would, take less than 30 minutes to go to Tokyo, okay, from New York to Tokyo, okay? And but it starts from the brains. The brain's a wave. Conceptualize it, okay, then put in some, for example, you got to worry how many passengers you're going to need in the plane, and so on and so forth. Eventually, you begin to put some drawing down, okay, and you're going to do stress analysis, the aerodynamics, and so on and so forth. But it begins with the mind, and the mind keeps them connected until the final product is built. Even when you're putting it together in the shop, your mind is behind everything. The wave is behind everything, and that wave is the part of God, which is what I said before. God existed originally as a wave called the Spirit. The Spirit is proven by God as waves with proper characteristics in terms of wavelength and frequency, which, like I said before, is really a connectivity of space-time.
So in a sense, essentially, would you say we as Black people should be about the business of mastering dark matter, dark energy, and using the cosmic frequency to do that?
That's correct. That's what you're supposed to be doing at the Gaga briefing. Gaga briefing is at the end of every month. You go on our website, gagutofapit.org, GAGUT OFAPPIT or .org, or put in GAGUT in the Google browser, and the first result will be gagutofapit, OFAPPIT.org. And then what happens is you click on that, the gagutofapit.org, and then first thing on the website says donate to FAPIT, Institute of Technology. Click on it, and it'll bring you to the Gaga donation page, where you're welcomed by a formula, the Gaga formula that puts down one of the largest numbers ever conceptualized. It takes the whole solar system to be able to write every digit of that number. And then it's our question that only our university knows the solution to. So you will see that, in fact, you're first going to get a sense of how you can write the number down, which will be an impossibility because you don't have enough paper large enough for you to write it down. Right. And but then the question is, is this number a prime number or not? And for you to be able to answer that question, you have to have learned it from Ufapis and technology, because God gave me the solution to Riemann hypothesis, which the rest of the world is dragging their feet and not recognizing it. But that's the basis that I have the solution to that question that's posed on our website. That's actually the proof. We already have the solution to the Riemann hypothesis. So now, in your coming to the briefing, which John is so kind is offering to you this briefing, you register at $750 and you get buy you 2 books, 2 Gaga books. You probably never know yet, haven't known yet that one of the Gaga books is being sold on Amazon.com at for a used copy of $1,626. $1,626. A copy of one Gaga used book. So if you think this presentation is some kind of brother that is talking to ghetto people, think again. It's the most sophisticated presentation ever given. The only place you could get any presentation more sophisticated is God. That's what Göttingen said. So if you're able to follow the presentation, even if it's 0.000%, you are doing well. But God gave me the insight in terms of breaking it down so people can understand. And so the thing that you're hearing right now, you're probably hearing for the first time, otherwise, unless you heard it from another Gaga presentation. Certainly, if you could get on the donation page right now, you will see that formula and the question that's posed there. If you think there's anybody else other than myself and my students over here that can answer that question, produce such a person. Go check Harvard University and MIT and Yale. See if any of them can answer that question. And that question is not only mathematically critical in terms of geometry, the most so-called purest mathematics, but it also has application because the whole business about computer securities uses prime numbers. The code, the key to locking the passwords and all that is based on having 2 very large prime numbers. Okay? And plus, if the product of those 2 large prime numbers, you create a key that hides the passwords. And we're talking about passwords that include the one to the Pentagon. This is not a joke. Or the Russian defense systems. That's what we're talking about. One of the most serious human security issues. Your coming to the briefing will give you a sense. We will actually show you the solution to that question, which is the real proof that I have the solution to the
I got a quick question. If somebody was to solve the capital G, lowercase j, I equals 0, if they want to get that solution, how many papers do you think it would take up to get that solution?
Well, the biggest challenge in that puzzle is writing the number down. There's no computer storage. There's no computer memory that can take on that number. It's too large. It will overflow right quickly. So Brother Emma Gwali can't tackle that problem either. Nor is Mark Dean of IBM. Those are 2 sharp black computer scientists.
Oh yeah, I know who Mark Dean is. I definitely know who that brother is.
That's right.
They don't know IBM first computer designer was a black man, Mark Dean.
Correct.
In the first architecture of IBM computers, and he was also, the overseer of 4,000 scientists at IBM. He was the head,
right.
Future.
Yeah, you do know the brother, and of course you know already about Emma Gwali, but
yeah,
none of them. Those are the best in the business. Okay, none of them can tackle this particular problem. That's why God had ordered me to call you. But you see, they may be that way now, but wait until they all and the rest of you attend the briefing, and you will feel heaven. See, you understand? See, you will begin to know what heaven is like. I am speaking the language of heaven. This is the language God speaks. Is what I'm speaking to you about right now.
So, Dr. Oyewu, that's what I'm trying to figure out. how long did it take you to get that solution? Capital G, J, I equals 0. I mean, was you like writing papers for like 35 years or something like this?
It's all spiritual. It's and the good thing is that since you share my genes, you don't feel hopeless because on some simple level, you say, well, he's a brother like me, which is awesome. You understand? But every part of my life was consumed with that, but more importantly, it's a revelation from God. You understand? I can't say I can take claim for it. It all belongs to God. You see, God blessed me with the revelation. All I did was just be a tool, which is God's way of declaring the God order, ordaining a black man, that's who you're talking to right now, with the ultimate intelligence, 8 types of infinity infallibly. And because you share my genes collectively as a people, the entire black race has been reordained the most intelligent race. This time is forever. Because you can't get around the totality of God. Okay? Which is why the briefing is very critical. Briefing is like really a summit where we want 10,000 of you there in one go, in 1 week, in 1 month.
I mean, so, to be honest, I can't really see nobody coming with a solution like that. Only if they was fully possessed by God. You know what I'm saying? Like it had to be in God in you. You know what I'm saying, to do that. Cause I'm just trying to fathom how did you come up with this equation.
Yeah,
you know?
God revealed it to me. That's what's amazing. That's why. See, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm running out of time already. See, in other words, once I get going, I never stop. I can talk literal for years, non-stop. Right. And it takes a long time before I get kind of tired because, especially if I'm having responses, if somebody are listening to what I'm saying and they're responding, I can go on forever. So that in itself is also the sign, but it's a revelation from God, because only God. As a matter of fact, Stephen Hawking in 1991 concluded what I'm teaching you right now. He didn't believe God will give anybody that kind of privilege because it's too high. He said, for you to be able to find the formula, Gij, J equal to 0, God will have to have permitted you to go inside of God's brains to see what was on God's mind while God was creating the universe. And here I just explained creation to you mathematically. And you can't dispute it. You can't dispute what I just said. Because it comes out of that revelation. God showed that 8 types of infinity in my brains. That's where God showed it. That's what I'm talking to you about right now. Once I give you the fundamental of God, which I prove and you can't disagree, which is the 0 part, the 8 types of 0 is where God originated from, which is what you call the spirit. See, when people talked about spirit before Gaga, people thought they were talking metaphysics and it had no place in the mathematics world. It was called metaphysics and theology and all this sort of stuff. Not anymore with Gaga, because Gaga says 8 types of 0 is the original state of God, which is waves, otherwise called the spirit.
Yeah. You mind if I share something with you? Yeah. I just want to see what you think about this. Okay. One day I was meditating, because I like to meditate from time to time,
Yes.
And when I was doing this, I looked at the word mathematics, and then I see the M-A. And I know in the Nuwapic language, M-A, you know what I'm saying, could be translated into mu, M-U, which means water. And then I seen the T-H. And then when I seen the T-H, I thought of Tahuti, but his name being written as thought. You know what I mean? In the Greek language.
Yeah.
And then I seen the E, where it signifies eternal to me. And then I looked at the matics, M-A-T-I-C, the prefix of the word mathematics. And then what came into my mind was ma'at. So kind of, and I noticed that ma'at and Tahuti, you know what I'm saying, Tahuti was the god of mathematics and ma'at was the goddess of mathematics.
Yeah.
So when I look at that word mathematics, you know what I'm saying, that what came to my mind. And also when I was meditating, I was looking at the word algebra, and I know A-L stand for the. And then you got Geb, G-E-B, which was the earth god. And then you got Ra, R-A, you know what I'm saying, which was the sun god. And you know, it's quite clear that, you know, I could see the ancestors just by reading the English version of these words. I don't know if they did this intentionally, you know what I'm saying, a symbolic message or nothing. But another thing I wanted to mention before I close my comment, the another thing I want to mention, one that I was sitting down upon the rock.
Yes.
And I was looking at the water, and, you know, brothers had told me previously that, you know, the water symbolized the mind. But I could never fathom how can water actually symbolize the mind.
Right.
So when I'm sitting down looking at the water, I'm going back and I'm thinking about the Egyptian creation story where it said in the beginning was the dark primordial waters, none.
Yes.
You know, and then at this state my mind was calm and the water was calm. And then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, my mind started becoming a little disturbed. And then when I realized when my mind was disturbed, the water started getting wavy. You know what I mean? And so then I started thinking like, okay, is the state of the water is a reflection of the human mind. If the human mind is calm, the water is calm. If the human mind disturbed, then the water may be disturbed. And you say in the beginning there was waves.
Yes.
And I also in the beginning. In the book of Genesis and in the Egyptian creation stories, it said in the beginning, you know what I'm saying, was the water. Now, were these waves water waves? Were they sound waves? What type of actual waves were there?
Well, you see, I just showed you from the Etas of Ben, you know, the reality of that wave. Etas of Ben in the Gaga solution represents waves, which is spirit. So the question is, it's enough to say it is wave, because whether it is water or anything else, it is the concentration or the materialization, but it is fundamentally, you know, a connectivity of space. You know, in its, you understand, it is the very thinnest form. And again, it brings us to another dimension in terms of, you know, the whole lack of understanding called the God's particle and all the other stuff. The dynamics is not like people visualize it, you know, but it's enough to say that it's wave, and that the wave has parameters that ranges very widely, almost, not almost, but infinitely in both directions. In terms of very, you know, thin waves and large waves, okay? But the large waves are made up of the thin waves in terms of what you call superpositions and so on, which is in a way to materialization and so on. But let me deal with your. So what you're expressing is reality. Now, but remember that every one of us has a piece of God, in terms of our waves. That's our spirit and brain waves and life waves. Before God got people saw light as, wave as, life as even more mysterious than God for some people, especially so-called scientists. Scientists can talk about they don't believe in God, but they cannot say the same with life. That's the irony. Because for the scientist to be able to even make the comment, even if it's very stupid, he has to have a life. So the spirit, the scientists, whoever, the so-called atheists, and there's no such a thing God has proven, he just says that because he wants an excuse to say something. Okay, but so if life is real, of all the searches for life, and people haven't found it, so what happened? God proves life to be a wave. Okay? And so resolves that problem forever. Okay? And sure enough, we're closest to God through our waves, the life waves, because God is waves. So life waves, therefore, comes under the status of zero. But that's where God is. So that's a piece of God in us. It's life waves. And the brain waves and the spirit. So you can see, but this happens by revelation of God through an infallible geometry. What I'm telling you is geometry. You can argue with it. So, now,
I got a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to know basically what facts can we rely on to prove that basically what do you think do the waves that you're speaking of, the brain waves, correspond to the blood in our body as it affects our spirit to go into, I guess, into another realm? Or have you ever heard of cerebral rhythm?
Yes, I heard it in one form or another. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So I'm asking basically, is this what you're talking about? Is this basically what you're profounding on? That basically the waves represent our blood, you know what I'm saying, or they're corresponding to how our blood basically moves in degrees and latitude. Is this true? I'm asking.
Okay. First of all right. Let me deal with the other brother's thing with the math, and if you don't mind, I'll return back to this one. What you're saying is very interesting in terms of.
Yeah, it's a simple question. I just want to know, do the wave that you're talking about, right, as far as the brain wave, correspond to the blood, you know what I'm saying, on how it moves in degrees and latitudes in order to get to the spiritual realm or to affect our spirit? Right.
Maybe I'll take yours before I go, but somebody remind me because I want to talk about his presentation on mathematics, okay? But, okay, first of all, the life waves, I know, that is, in other words, nobody can disagree. No human being can disagree life is real. There's no non-believer in life, although there's a non-believer, so-called non-believer in God, okay? And yet life and God, life is nothing but a piece of God. So if you don't disbelieve life, you don't disbelieve God, because they're all a touch of zero. That's the wave and spirit, and every wave dynamics in terms of brain waves and imaginations and all this other stuff. Now, the dynamics of life is because life is a wave. It has to be glued to the body for the life and the body to stay together. And the glue that God is the only entity that can produce is the blood and the other body fluids. That's what glues our life waves to our body. And so, again, this is part of what you're going to be learning in the briefing. You see, it's extremely important that you're digesting what I'm presenting to you. And frankly, although I'm telling you a lot of things here, the briefing is the only way that you could really catch on to the Spirit and be transformed. So, life waves get glued to the human body or any system with life or living organism. And what happens is there has to be emotion dynamics. In that way, the human body is kind of like a flow field. A flow field has to be maintained, call it circulation and other dynamics. That circulation makes it possible for life to hang on to the body or to be glued to the body. When the glue leaks out of the body, or when it becomes static, the life waves will develop escape velocity, with which to leave our body. Our life waves develop what is called escape velocities, and thereby escape from our bodies, which is what we call death. The most horrible thing to every creature happens when our life waves escape from our body. And so that's the real connectivity between the blood. The blood is a glue. And you must have a continuous motion called circulation for the body and life and soul waves and spirit waves to stay together.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, go ahead.
Do the wavelengths that you talk about corresponds? Basically, does the wavelengths make notable frequencies that basically produce a language? Meaning, if we look at these wavelengths, right? Like if I look at a heart thermometer or something like that, and I see the numbers and I see the wavelength, right? I know mathematics is a language, but the wavelength itself, is it in how it corresponds as a frequency? Is it a language itself?
Well, language is a communication tool that help us express our consciousness, our intelligence. And with other parties. And perhaps at this juncture, I can connect with the brother's comment on math. Math is an African vocabulary. Actually, the actual word is Ma, M-A-A, which also is the name of the republic we had before Kemet. Ma Republic, or Ma, the civilization, the Ma, M-A-A civilization. Which is like a form of redundancy, because civilization is the expression of intelligence. So Ma civilization is intelligent civilization. So that's like a reinforcement. So that's why I explained before, master is two words, ma and star. That is the star of intelligence. So our blessing from God has always been intelligence. We're the superhumans. So to understand this tonight as a perfect truth, an absolute truth, and not just some kind of feel-good sermon, is something you probably never dreamt you'd be hearing. And I'm speaking here from an exact equation. I'm not talking about history. This is not history. First of all, history is supposed to be a gargotical dynamics. History is nothing but a flow field. The real history comes out of Gargot. So what I'm decoding for you is history, but it's mathematical history or gargotical history. That means it's an absolute truth. So language is nothing but expression of consciousness. And so when he was talking about ma, we have so many ma. First of all, the whole thing with Muhammad. And people say, well, that's Arabic and all that. No, that is African. That's Gala. That's a Gala vocabulary. The original name is Ma. That's Ma. The same word, intelligence. Muhammad is, in the various versions of it, say in the so-called sub-Saharan Africa, so-called black Africa, and Professor Clark had ordered black people never to use that word black Africa, because that's the only thing Africa can be is black. The point is, in the original African language, Ma means intelligence or knowledge of absolutely perfect kind of truth, which is knowledge of God. That's what Ma is. That's what I'm speaking to you right now. The only one that can speak that every time in terms of the creatures. God cannot be compared to us in that direction, because God not only speaks it all the time, God feels it every time. God's expression of intelligence is a real space-time. Mine is in a transformed space-time. That's the difference. Tell you exactly all the truth God has presented or God has actualized. But mine is in a transformed space. But God can feel that truth in real space-time. That's the huge difference. But having said that, nobody else can do it like God has ordained me to do it. Nobody else, past, present, and future. So then, therefore, I was like really saying, hey, it's a God's republic, a God's civilization. That's what Ma refers to. Most of us never really had an opportunity to study about Ma. Most people start from Kemet. But Ma was before Kemet. Okay? The Ma civilization, that is intelligent civilization, of course, it's nothing but a transformation that came out in the Kemet, but it originated from the Ma civilization. So I don't say, therefore, when we're talking about Ma'at, the T was just added to the Ma. The real word is Ma. The same thing, see, I speak Gala language. I was born in the Gala kingdom, and I speak the actual Gala language. When we call Ma, we don't put in T usually. T is something that was added from problems people struggle, especially foreigners, try to struggle with pronouncing the ma. The actual word is ma. So when the Arabs and other foreigners got involved, they began calling it ma'at. The original word is M-A-A, as in the Ma, M-A-A Republic or civilization. That was purely black people. Nobody else.
Hey, Dr. Oyibo, the show about to cut off in a minute, and I'm going to have to call you back. Usually it cut off at 11 o'clock, and I have to call back in.
All right.
So, I'm just giving you the heads up.
Okay. So, again, as he's closing out, you all have time to go on the website, gagatprofit.org, go to the donation center and register. Click on the general donation and register, and you're going to get a break at the 7:50.
Okay. Hello. You there? Hello?
All right, here we go, Dr. Oyibo, back on. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. This thing usually cut off like 4 hours, in advance. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to go ahead and have to call the doctor back up so we can get this going on again. On the call.
This is John. I'm going to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Dr. Gabriel still available. So the show just cut off in 4 hours, but then I have to call back in. But we still got another hour left if you still want to go.
Hello?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes. I was saying that for those people who understand what has been presented so far, for tonight's audience, just tonight's audience, the deal of the registration, which will incorporate 2 Gagat books in addition to the registration. One of the books, which is currently on Amazon at $1,626.40, those 2 books in the Briefing Together package, which has a value of $2,500 US, is going to be offered for the people tonight at $750 US. They can easily register for the Gagat Life-Saving Briefing, and especially for all those questioners or people asking questions, the best way to get the answers to the questions is in the briefing. And that can be done by simply going onto Google and typing in Gagat, G-A-G-U-T, space donation, space page. The first result will bring you to the Gagat donation page. You click on the Gagat, a general or scholarship donation link, and you're brought to PayPal. If you have a credit card and an email, you can easily process your registration fee. You will get a receipt confirmation through PayPal, and if you forward us a message indicating that you put this, you've made your contribution to the briefing, we will send you a confirmation very quickly. So this is the means that the people need to understand. But
can you repeat that, because I just came in. And I need to know. This is important to me, so I need to know. Can you repeat it?
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat that? Because I just came in on the line, and this is very, very important to me, and I'm trying to, go through those processes.
Those who understand what's going on tonight, they can show that understanding by registering for the Gagat Life-Saving Briefing. That is done by registering for the briefing. You simply just go onto Google, type in Gagat, G-A-G-A-T, space donation space page. The first result will bring you to the gagatofapit.org website page with the donation link. On that page, there will be a link that says General Donations and Scholarship. If you click on that link, you'll be connected from our site to our PayPal, which will allow you to register for the Gaga Life-Saving Briefing. In doing so, you will have a receipt on your end through this method and a way to refund if any problems arise. And you can easily get a refund back if there's any problems through PayPal. In addition, you will get a record receipt, as I said, and if you send us an email indicating you have done or finished the registration for the briefing or put a deposit down for your briefing, we will send you an email confirmation that we have received it very shortly after.
All right.
All right. I will connect you now to Professor Ebo. Please hold.
All right.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, sir.
Yes. Okay, so that's what I was saying before in terms of, so the ma'at is very critical. And again, a lot of things hinges on the word ma. Okay, Muhammad is an African name called Mama. Okay, or Amama, meaning, or Amama mean, the one that knows. Okay, that's what Muhammad actually means. In part of Nigeria they call it Maman or Momo. Okay, Maman or Momo. That's where the word Muhammad came from. And it means the one that knows, which is another word for a prophet. See, they call it a prophet, meaning somebody who has a revelation from God. But the only way you can verify or call a revelation from God is if it is true, if it is an absolute, it's like 2 + 1 = 3 is a revelation from God. That's the only way you know that comes from God, because it represents reality. It's not the statue or the good look or the spiritually looking good of a so-called prophet that authenticates a prophecy. You see, 2 + 1 - 3 = 0 is a reality. Just like Gij, J, = 0 is also a reality. While 2 + 1 = 3, it's almost taken for granted as being, oh yes, no big deal, we can see that. Nobody thought, however, that you could see every reality like that in one equation. That's what I'm discussing with you right now. And it is there, a piece of it is there in terms of the Riemann hypothesis, from where the formula and the question that is posed on our website there can originate. And it's there in everything. That's what makes the book so expensive. It becomes the Rolls Royce of books, the ultimate book. You've never seen a book being priced at $1,626 before. $1,626 for a used copy. They said the price begins at $1,626. Okay? Nowhere have you seen a Stephen Hawking write a book that will even go near there. No, Einstein never wrote any book that cost that much. So then how come you have an author of such a book on your show? What would it take you to get Stephen Hawking on your show? That is where you know this is an act of God. I'm here on your show. You probably never believed you could have Stephen Hawking, let alone Stephen Hawking only got famous pretty much by trying to look for the unified field theory, which he concluded in 1991. It was not possible, so he gave up the search. And yet I'm presenting what he thought was an impossibility to you in real person. And nothing that I have presented to you out of that theorem have you disputed. In fact, without Gargot being correct, you will never be able to say 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
The only reason you could say 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 is because Gargot is perfectly correct. Because that comes out of Gargot. So on the one hand, you have the best of the non-black scientists like Stephen Hawking and company, or even Einstein for that matter, because Einstein actually popularized the search. And he was looking at it from a physics point of view, which is come up with a theory. Which is why I cannot say it was through my hard work, because I had to be, dedicated and obsessed with God in order to, to have the kind of state of mind to be able to receive the revelation. But it's perfectly correct, like Professor E. Abubakar. So that is how you see the God signature in the whole process. Now, the additional reason you're having me on your show, an act of God, is so that the chosen race who have been persecuted and terrorized for so long need to now get rid of the shackles. But you will have to come into the briefing. And if you have digested anything tonight, you will register before you go to bed tonight. You will register. It's not a case. In other words, what you are registering to get, we call it Gargot shares. These are Gargot shares because a share is a piece of a product that is not only desirable but commands a lot of financial activities around it. Shares, are things that come out of a stock, or stock, deals with shares. You take a share of stock. That's what we're doing tonight. But you're buying a stock that is worth $2,500 at $750. That is less than a third of the value. So your whole Jim Crow force belief that you are poor gets changed, because as soon as you put the $750 on your credit card and you register, your stock goes up to $2,500. That's, like I said, 3 times, more than 3 times your investment, which is 300%, of your investment. That's how the richest people in this country and anywhere else make their money. But there is no stock that that gives you 300% on your investment. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. There is no such a stock. Only God has done. Therefore, it is a God order, whether you understand what I'm saying or not. It's a God order uplifting you to the reality of why God created you, or how God created you to be the richest. Because all you did is, 2 briefing attendants, or a couple of them, or just connect that with the resale of the books and so on and so on, you become a millionaire in just about a couple of weeks. And you say goodbye. Millionaire means you're already a millionaire. You just exchange your your original ultimate currency, which is the intelligence, into the inferior currency of the Jim Crow dollar. That's really what this is doing for you. And make you a believer of your wealth within the Jim Crow dollar. That's all. So because you didn't believe you were rich before, that's what God ordained me to be on your show today and other days. But you can't be a self-fulfilling prophecy against God anymore. You can't blame God now for not having made you, the richest race or richest, belonging to, because by investing in, your 725, like anything else, you have to do that anyway. Okay? If you're taking your pound sterling to a bank to exchange it into Jim Crow dollar, their dollar, American dollar, you will pay some fees anyway. Okay? They exchange it for you and then you pay some fees. Or you will have to surrender your pound sterling in order to get the dollar equivalent. But pound sterling is bigger than the dollar.
Say that again?
The pound sterling is, I think, maybe a little less than 2 times the value of the dollar. So, if you exchange the pound sterling, you get, say, $2, a little less than $2. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, maybe it's 1.5, a little more than 1.5. I think 1.6 or so. Each pound sterling is 1.6. $0.6. So, but your intelligence, only a little piece of it will give you $1 billion. And if the guy got book, one piece of guy got gives you $1,626.
Wow.
Therefore, go ahead.
So can you repeat that so I know I got that? That I know I heard you say that correctly? I know I ain't. I just want to hear you say it again.
That share is the most powerful share on the planet right now. Because by investing in 1 unit of God share, your investment gets multiplied by a factor of 3 times. If you multiply 3 times by 750, you are quite a bit. Okay? Mm-hmm. That's what you get. In other words, by registering to come to the briefing, you're being charged $750, but the value of your investment immediately rises to $2,500. That's more than 3 times your investment. If you go and see what the banks are, what is being paid by the banks right now for putting your money in the bank. You're lucky if you get 3%. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're talking about instead of 3%, you're getting 300%. That's what you're doing when you put, yes. 300. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. You saying it, you hitting it right on the nose. Like everything I was going to say, you just said it. Like, dang, that's the most good investment I ever heard.
You're wasting your money there. That is the only way the ideal way to get investment right now. That means you go register and you watch your, and you could attend. Actually, what you do is your regular credit card. If you use that, go in coordination with the PayPal, okay, and you debit yourself, a debit card for that matter, to the tune of $750. By the time you're supposed to pay or American Express one of those cards, By the time they're ready before you get the bill to pay, you would have attended the briefing and you collected your books. So the books that you're getting, together with the briefing, one book, a used copy of one book that you're going to be getting is more than 2 times the amount you invested in the whole briefing at $1,626. That's what you're getting. That's why we're giving this a special deal we're giving the brother, because Brother Amun is, he's spiritually powerful, and he really believes in getting black people back on track. But we're back on track already, but you now need to move. You don't allow inertia to slow you down. Okay? Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure he must have seen already, otherwise John will share with you right now, where it's listed on Amazon.com, the price of one of the books that you get, which is $1,626. In pound sterling, it's also listed at $1,000. And as I told you before, I think the exchange rate is 1 to 1.6. And if you do that clearly, 1,000 multiplied by 1.6 is 1,600. Okay?
So I got a question. 10 years from now, how much you think the Gaga book will be worth?
That's a good question, because
I like to know that too.
Yeah, well, 10 years ago, a little less, actually maybe like 15 years ago or so, the Gaga book was it started I think at $90 or $80. Or maybe even, what am I talking about? $75. 15 years ago it was $75. Today it is $1,626.
Woo! Oh man, you serious? Yes, you're serious. I know you're serious. I know you're dead serious.
So 10 years, what do you think would be the estimate? Like 5 to 10,000 maybe?
Then that's it. Because it's the holiest book. Doesn't it amaze you? I've been talking and time has gone. I can't believe I thought I've only done 30 minutes. And you're telling me it's over 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours already. And I haven't started presenting yet. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, but God ordered that we keep all this until every black person is back on track. Until Sandra Bland's spirit rises. That's a very precious sister. Beautiful and intelligent. They murdered her because she wasn't allowed access to Gaga. Therefore, what I'm doing is extremely critical. If you don't understand me, please ask questions. The only thing that will stop you from registering is not understanding what I'm saying. That's why I'm here. Ask me questions. Yes, it's the biggest investment you could. It's the best investment you can make. The Gaga shares, which is the registration to come to the briefing. You're going to learn whatever you need to learn to get cracking and begin to provide leadership. See the attack on us as.
Okay. Now I heard you say that the used copy is about $1,600 roughly.
That's right.
Now the new copy, is it out of print, or what's the price of a brand new copy?
No, we have the new copies in our university. We're the only distributor right now.
Yeah, whoa. That's exclusive right there. Say that again.
Well, it originated from here, didn't it? We're not just called the headquarters of intelligence for nothing. Is the God's word. Is the God word. And that God word is the G-I-J. That's all. That is proven to be the God word. 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 is God word.
So if somebody wanted a brand new copy, how much would the price be? And they want a brand new copy.
We're still standing by our offer here, but we need to see the order come in. John, I don't think has registered any yet. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So even if you can put a partial of it, provided you can finish it within a week, you might still be able to get the deal. Okay? But go ahead, don't hold back. Otherwise, ask me questions. You like to get more than 3% on your investment. We're not giving you 3%. We're giving you 300%. It's not a joke. So they're selling used copy both in England and here in America and elsewhere for $1,626. And we're giving you the brand new copy. Two.
And I just want to know the book name again. 1600.
Grand Unified Theorem.
Grand Unified Theorem.
Discovery, the colon, you have a colon, then discovery of the theory of everything. And the fundamental building block of quantum theory. That's the name of the book by Oyibo, O-Y-I-B-O.
O-Y-I-B-O.
O-Y-I-B as in boy, O, that's the last name, and the first name is Gabriel. That's who is talking to you, the one God revealed the formula to. So that's what is being sold right now with the only source of that book on the planet currently. Which is why we could give you a discount. But if you don't jump on the book, the discount, then you will either be forced to being eliminated from it. That means giving up your birthright and birth privilege of being created to be a member of the most intelligent race. Or you're going to have to find and buy it at $1,600 for one used copy. So the shares, go ahead.
But we can get it from you, right?
You can order it right now. Actually, well, the order is in a package, okay? Because, see, it's not you can get it from us, that's true. But you see, what happens is the package is necessary because you have to be physically present in order to learn some of the things in it. You can't read, although I'm explaining a lot with you right now, you still need a classroom setting. That's what the briefing does also. Plus, you also need to know how to take care of your life. Do you know that when you go into hospital, okay, that a KKK runs.
Say that again?
KKK runs a hospital that you go to, right? A KKK that ordinarily will lynch you. What would you expect from that KKK hospital to do with you in their hospital?
Say that again? I couldn't understand the question. When you go in the hospital.
Do you know what happens with the KKK, right?
Yeah, the KKK goes in the hospital?
No, the KKK lynches black people, right?
Right.
Okay. If they lynch you ordinarily, and then you then turn around and go into a hospital where a KK member is a doctor, and you're going to be seeing that doctor as a black person, what are your chances of getting a care for such a doctor? Do you have a good?
In other words, what he's saying is, if these people was hanging you, the KKK was hanging you, what do you think they're going to do to you in the hospital? I mean, they was lynching you. In other words, the same. I mean, what do you expect from your oppressor? You know what I'm saying? Going to his hospital, the one who oppressed you for centuries. What type of expectation you going to have going to the hospital? You know, it's going to be a good one. Are you out of your mind?
You have to be out of your mind, because even though you might think you're going to a hospital, you're actually going to a hospice. A hospice is where people go to die.
How you spell that?
Hospice. 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 So what Jim Crow called hospitals, for them, is actually a hospice for us. That is one of the reasons why the briefing is very critical. Again, the only way you're not going to register tonight is if you do not understand what I'm saying. As in, you don't know this is an act of God, the God order, that disengages you from death in terms of the hands of the KKK and the lynchings. And the only way you could stop the Sandra Blands and the Michael Browns and Crawfords and Tamir Rices and you know, the Freddie Grays, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way, is what I'm telling you right now. In the process, you make lots of money. The holiest book in history of creation is the Gagot books. And you're having it, you know, at an extraordinary subsidized rate. If we go lower than what we're offering right now, it always loses its value at $750. Because we know you can pay the $2,500.
So can I ask you this? You solved the grand unified theorem, right?
Yes. That's what I'm.
Can you tell me how you solved it?
Excuse me?
How did you solve it?
That's what I've been telling you. It was revealed to me by God. The formula itself is Gij, J equal to 0. That's the grand unified theorem. Every theorem, and a theorem is a reality. You are a theorem. You are a reality, and I represent you with you have a Gij.
Gij.
Yeah, because every reality is as a Gij.
What's Gij?
That is a formula that represents you, a symbolism. It's a symbol that uniquely represents you, exactly, not approximately.
Okay.
Yep, that's a space-time. It's a function of a space-time, etas of n, which is the intelligence that's in my head. I can see your entire system with the the etas of n. You know,
really?
Which is the. Go ahead.
Oh, that's it. You're the person. Okay. So.
Yes, that's me talking to you, believe it or not. That's what I was asking the brother. What are his chances of getting Stephen Hawking on his show? Stephen Hawking goes, he's now in the comedy routine and so on. It's everywhere, you know. But Stephen Hawking won't
even talk. Stephen Hawking can't even talk, brother. He can't have him on the
and yet he's on the show. Yeah,
this brother right here, man, is the truth, man. For real. Like, I'm in shock. I'm in disbelief right now. To be honest.
Yes.
Like, so
yes.
the brand, so GIG represents you, and it's also form.
I've judged it for both of you, individually, collectively, an entire black race, an entire universe. Because it all comes from God. It is how I'm able to define God exactly what God is. God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't exist. That's what God is. God is not a human being. That's an insult of trying to make God look like a human being. God is too much to be a human being. God is that one unbounded space-time of intelligence. So once I've understood, God has allowed me the extraordinary privilege of understanding God. That means I understand everything, because everything collectively becomes God, and the space between them. That's what I'm talking to you about right now. You need a copy of that book before it gets out of sight for you to purchase.
And I'm trying to. I apologize. It's static over my end, so I'm listening. And I know you said I need a copy of the book, and the book is the Grand Unified Theorem, right?
Yes. That's correct.
By Gabriel Oyibo.
Oyibo, O-Y-I-B-O, B as in boy, O.
Okay. And
every family needs a copy of that book. Every family. Go ahead.
And
you were going to say something.
Yeah, but you solved the equation in the book.
That's correct.
So we need in touch with you. You're more important than that. You know what I'm saying? There's no point of reading a problem and or looking at a problem and don't know the answer to it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So.
See, and I have to talk to you because, number one, God ordered me to talk to all of you. Number two, God wants me to pull you out of the shackles of Jim Crow. Number two, that no more killings of black people anymore, especially young brothers. But if I'm not talking to you, that won't happen. Okay? You need your book, you need your gargot shirt. Those are your protectors. Those are the things that protect you. You need those things to put so that you could wash out the fraudulent shackles that were put on you. Because if you're not wearing a gargot shirt, then you'll be wearing a Jim Crow shirt, which calls you a slave or an inferior being or, worthless creature, stepchild of God. And that's what I'm talking to you right now, changes all that in exactly the opposite way.
So, is there any contact information we can reach you by?
631 242 3069.
3069.
That's correct. That's one number. John has the other number I don't have. John.
Okay. I'm definitely. Wow. Man, everything you said has been according to my life tonight, and it's been it's accurate. It's 100% accurate. I'm sorry, it's 300% accurate. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Because how you just said everything is just wow. Hey, King G, man, you the best too, man. You bringing it through, man. You bringing this fire, man.
Yeah.
Well, I want to say so which copy should we also buy it then? Should we just buy the old and the new copy? I know he said that question.
No. There's no reason for you to buy a used copy. We can give you the new copy at the old price. That's no problem. Plus, we give you a discount not to encourage. In other words, we know you can afford the one book, that is being priced at $16.26 because of the value of it. It's tremendously valuable. But because we want you to come in large numbers, we're giving us a very deep discount, but you need to take advantage of it. You have to stop everything you're doing. See, the thing is, in this process, you're on your path of exchanging your superior currency in terms of intelligence into Jim Crow dollar, which is what you call wealth. Because if you register with $750 in a month, you get your book. You have a book that is worth, or two books. The two books are worth, over $2,000. Okay, plus the briefing is $2,500. Okay. Now, I know if we said to you, come up with $2,500, you say, oh, that's out of sight. We can't do that. So we're bringing it down to $750. But if we go below that, then it will be worthless. That would not encourage you to even do it anymore. So 7 is like a special deal for this briefing, this presentation here. This has to be done in order, if you really want, non-blacks to stop killing black people, or even in some cases black people who are called police and so on, so killing black people, then you want to register for the briefing and encourage them. Every family needs to send a representative. Every church needs a delegation And every town needs a whole list of a delegation coming into the briefing so that they could bring you the God news after they attended the thing in real person. Because, we're going to be presenting the thing here and show you how you're going to stop going to hospice that somebody tells you is a hospital. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're talking about. But you have to work with us. Okay? We've come as low as we can in order to make it possible for you to do. So all you need is take your credit card, the one that you use for Walmart, go on PayPal and register for $750 and encourage other brothers to take advantage, okay? And since this show is going to be going off soon, put as much as you could put down today. We want the whole full registration, but otherwise, put down, whatever you can and work with John. Call him tomorrow and say, look, in a couple of days I'm going to finish paying the thing here. I think he's willing to give you a week or so, to complete it, and you still get the same deal. Otherwise, the regular deal is $900 and something. For this show, I asked him to bring it down to $750. Okay? Mm-hmm. Otherwise, the full price is $2,500. And we need to maintain a minimum level because otherwise, it's like you can't ask somebody to sell you a Rolls Royce for only what you can afford because the value will go down for no reason. Okay? So things have values and they must be maintained because the guy that now represents your own product on the world market. As far as the books go, a book authored by the black race is now the most valuable book. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
You do not want to, that in itself is a glory of God fulfilled.
And do you give out private do you give out consultations? Like, you know what I'm saying, for like to even talk about the subject of mathematics? Do you give out consultations for, for $150? Do you give out consultations? Like,
go over that again because you're kind of cutting out.
No, I'm saying like consultations. Like people are people able to call you and get like consultations and basically,
Oh yeah, we do. You may not be talking. You might be talking to John. My appearance today is to underscore the seriousness of you registering for the briefing.
But how do we talk to you though? How do we talk to you? Like, is it possible we can pay and be able to talk to you?
Well, you talk to me in the briefing setting, okay? Or unless there is a real serious thing that really, once in a while I can break off because I do a lot of heavy duty, not only research but consultation with leadership of the black people and so on and so forth. KRS-One has done a lab. The guy got rap. Have you listened to that?
Got a rap, yeah.
Okay, the guy got rap. You listen to it?
Yeah.
From by KRS-One.
Yeah, I know who KRS-One is.
Okay. So things are happening. There's a stamp with Gargot on it. Nigerian stamp issued a stamp with Gargot on it, and there are certainly motions. Yes, if you look, do you plan on registering tonight?
I can contribute tonight. I was planning on contributing on Thursday though.
Okay, Thursday. John, arrange it with John. Okay. Now, what's your name, brother?
Me. I'm brother. I'm brother. I'm Lynette. You can just call me Markel. You can just call me Markel though. You can call me Markel.
Okay. Did you send us an email?
No, I'll be contacted through King G. King G, he's a good brother. Brother Amon, he's a good brother.
Yeah, me the host, Brother Amon.
Okay. Send us an email with regards, especially with your phone number. Well, first of all, you have our number. Give John a call because we don't want anything to slow you down. We want you to register. Believe me, it's the only we call it lifesaver. It's a life-saving briefing. It saves your life. It makes your life. It makes you love your life again. It makes you understand you are the most precious thing. In other words, when they talk about Black Lives Matter, no. We've just proven to you that the black life is the most precious life. That's what I'm on the phone here on the show here today to prove to you. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're talking about. That's not a joke. In a situation where Jim Crow is lynching our kids, and Sandra Bland has been lynched, and because you don't understand how precious your own life is. That's why they're killing us. So my whole talk today is to prove to you that you are the most precious because you are closer to God than any other race. That's what I'm proving to. I proved to you tonight. I don't think any of you can have can disagree with what I've proved to you tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that do you have any problem with my proof that you come from a race that's most intelligent? Do you have any problem with that?
No, I don't. I actually agree with that. I do come from a race of intelligent people. I'm categorized as Black or African American where I live, so I know that I come from an intelligent background and race of people because I can profound on those two subjects alone.
Well, but the actual proof, which is infallible, is the GI equal to 0. You're talking to a black man. I'm a black man too. But I know.
There's millions of uneducated, unconscious, and ignorant people out there that can be classified as black. But I'm on this phone with you. So those people are not here. So I'm not as one of them.
Well, but I just proved to you talk to me today. You can tell everybody that you talked to Professor Yibo today.
Right.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
That's bigger than talking to every member of the other race that have made any contributions. It's like you talking to if you had an opportunity to talk to Stephen Hawking, you would be very excited, but Stephen Hawking is not qualified to even be my student. That's what we're talking about. Okay?
Me talking to you, I feel as though it's better than talking to Albert Einstein. So
Einstein was looking for the formula, approximate form of the formula that God blessed me with. So Einstein is certainly rejoicing in his right now in spirit, because for one thing, people didn't think it was possible that God will reveal God's secret of God to a human being. Nobody thought that was possible, but that's what I'm talking to you right now. So the only reason you're not going to be registering tonight or in a few days is if you do not understand what I'm saying. So therefore, that's why I'm here. Ask me questions. Tell me what is blocking your understanding, because if you understand it,
what's blocking my understanding is basically understanding mathematics. I do understand from a different perspective that mathematics is basically shaping is basically a technique. You know what I'm saying? A thought process of a technique. Now, I just want to know how to do mathematics in my head. I just want to be a mathematician. I want to know mathematics. I want to be able to do mathematics. And not only stay it in my head, but I want to just be the best mathematician. Like you said, the perfect mathematician. I would like to be the king of funk. You know what I mean?
Yes. So all you need now is take that seriously. Based on what you heard from me today, you can do that. But to make the to take advantage of the offer that God had ordered us to give you here, which is register, put it on your credit card, okay? That's all you need to do, and then you're going to mobilize your friends because you need company also, okay? We like to go into the schools. We had a young sister that used to attend my classes 15 years ago. Actually, more like 12 years ago. Okay, her name was Lenora. Lenora was 7 years old. She was attending the Gargot classes, and she was understanding it. Okay, she could prove the Gargot singular element revelation. After I taught her, she understands it well enough that she can explain it. Because it's in your genes. You have genius genes. That's what I'm revealing to you right now. And it's not a feel-good thing because it has happened through me. I have the totality of intelligence. That's why you hear me answering all your questions. The questions that you don't believe I answered is one you still don't understand. Ask me another angle of it, and I will make sure you understand it.
Well, algebra is how do we understand algebra?
Hello?
Yeah, how do we understand algebra?
Well, algebra is nothing. First of all, when you do numbers, okay, if you do arithmetic, which is something called number theorem or number theory, we don't use theory. We don't do theory. We do theorems. Okay, we do reality, exact reality. That's what we deal with. That's the difference between us and every other science. And every other science, the ideal form of every other science is to be in a mathematical state or the gargotical state. Because everything in the universe, every understanding in the universe is the truth, and truth is a theorem. The truth about biology is biological science. The truth about history is the historical science, and so on. So, but I have all the truth. All of them, both historical, scientific, and mathematical. All of them. They're all represented by symbols. And those symbols, when you work with symbols, you're trying to deal with reality with symbols. That's what is called algebra. Because, for example, the GIJ is an algebraic version. Okay, the comma part of it makes it differential, version. That's a rate of change. Okay? But you go from algebra form into a functional form, and then you talk about the change, which gives you the differential. So all of them are combined. So all theorems, past, present, and the future are in my head. And like I said before, the formula on the donation page is a proof of the Roman hypothesis.
Man, you the deepest dude ever, man. Man, you deep, man. All problems are in our head. That means we have the answers to all the equations.
Correct. Absolutely correct. And exactly as well. So everybody, so that's why you need to buy the shares. The shares, gives you 2 books, and you're going to know how, in other words, you will begin your study of mathematics in the briefing. That's what you're going to be doing. Okay? So you don't just have the books, but you now begin to learn, and virtually you can come back for more, and you begin to register.
Well, my last question is, can you explain calculus?
What?
Can you explain calculus?
Calculus?
Yes.
Okay. Well, calculus is, there's calculus. The Gij, comma J equals to the comma J part of it is calculus. Calculus is a study of rate of change. Okay? So, and since Gij, comma J says the change in God, with respect to space-time, is 0. That is calculus. Okay? So you have everything in the Gij. You have all the theorems, and you have calculus, you have arithmetic, you have algebra, you have geometry, you have every aspect of knowledge ever conceived. That's why it is magical. It's an act of God. That's why nothing like that has ever happened to humanity before. That all the totality, to even say that all mathematics can be condensed into one equation, that is unthinkable. And yet that is why God was crowned the greatest work by Göttingen. Okay? And that all physics also be summarized in one so-called theory. But except it's not a theory, it's a theorem. And in the physical language, it says everything is conserved within the space-time, over space-time, with the transformation process over space-time. That is a physical expression of the equation, but it's exact. It's exact transformation. Nobody ever thought that was anything like that was going to be possible. And out of it comes the whole afrocrogen. There's only one singular element called afrocrogen on the periodic table for studying chemistry. And out of that comes the cell. And now cell, is a subset of chemistry, okay, biology, because, and the whole thing is combined into just this one equation. Now, as I was saying before, also another motivation of getting into it is that is the language of God. And for you to get near God in terms of going to heaven, you have to be able to speak God's language. Otherwise, you can't stay in heaven with God. It will be very boring. Okay?
Yeah.
That's if you make it, and God makes sure you don't even get in there unless you can.
Excuse me, brothers. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that we have like 5 more minutes.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask both of y'all a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
Yes, go ahead with your question.
Yeah. I just want to know, basically, when it comes to understanding the universal language of God, right? You say all equations come from one. Can you tell me how you see, basically, how we supposed to understand numbers and correlations to understand God's language? Like, did God say one was first? This is how you supposed. How did God, create His language?
Okay, you're cutting out somewhat. But yes, there's only one equation, and that's the Gij, comma j equals to 0. The I represents the material dimension, and the j represents the space-time. Everything is made up of space-time, and that is God. Okay? God is, yes. Eta sub n, which is, and especially eta sub 0 is where it all starts. Okay? Then materializes into every other creature. Okay? So everything comes from God, and that God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand. Okay, so that is quite a bit of combination of so many things in regards to knowledge, all summarized in one equation. That's the miracle. So, again, you go on the Google and put in GAGUT, and then the first website, which should be gagot.org, click on the thing that says go to PayPal, or actually make a donation, okay? And you go in and then you see the miracle of Gagot, one of the success of miracles for Gagot, which is as a result of the solving of the Riemann hypothesis, we were able to decode prime numbers. You will look at it. Underneath that, you will see a donation, dynamics. General donation, you click on it and you go on PayPal mode, and you use your credit card to register and purchase, things that you will at the price that you would never thought was possible. Okay, giving the quality and the godliness of what it is you're buying, and then you're going to register to come to the briefing, and you're going to begin your learning process, your journey to become a mathematician that you were created to be. That's what we're talking about. The telephone number is 631-242-3069, and there will be staff members. It's 8 o'clock to 10 p.m. sometimes, most of the weekdays, and sometimes even on the weekend. Okay, but everybody, you could get people to talk to you and answer your questions and do things like that with you every day, 24/7, literally. Where we're not here, the machine will take message and we will get back with you within 8 hours usually. So that's what this is about, is the God order. Ordaining a black person, black man with ultimate intelligence in terms of infinity. where etas of Ben represent exactly the formula for intelligence, and because black people share the genes of that black person, the black race has been reordained the most intelligent race, the richest race, and the most powerful race. That's what we're talking about. It's trying to express that power and, of course, the most precious race, okay? Which means that our lives cannot be wasted like they've been wasted right now. That's why God ordered you to attend the briefing. Again, call here on 631-242-3069